A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace has discovered what she believes is a great singing voice. The voice is that of a 17-year-old orphan whom the orphanage kids call Caruso. Jane wants to be his manager, and tonight has invited the boy to the house to sing for Mr. Ace and Marge to prove his ability. The scene is after dinner in the living room at the Aces. Mr. Ace is engrossed in his evening paper as Jane, with the aid of her maid Laura, arranges the stage. Listen.
Now, move that chair over here. No, Laura, that chair. This one, ma'am? Yes, push it over here, next to this one. Trying to curve it around so it'll face the piano over. Oh, no. I don't know what you mean, ma'am. I'm trying to make this part of the room the audience, and over there, the stage. Can't you make it look like an audience? Well, you see, ma'am, I'm more on housekeeping and cooking and things like that. Oh, let me show you. Can't you just curve this chair around here? What's hard about that? There. Oh, yes, ma'am, that's nice. Let's see now. There's 1, 2. We need one more chair. Excuse me, dear.
What?
Excuse me, I need this chair.
I'm trying to read this text. Well, what are you doing to this room? What are all those chairs out in the middle of the floor?
Well, this is where we're going to sit to hear him sing. Over there is the stage by the piano, and this part of the room is for the audience. Now, please, dear, will you go in and get dressed?
Oh, what do I have to get dressed for? The boy won't mind.
Oh, you're so obsolete. Hurry now, dear, please. They'll be here any minute.
Who's they?
Well, I had to call up for a piano player, didn't I?
You called up for one? Where?
Oh, I found one, don't worry.
Yeah, how much does that cost?
Not much. I'll pay for it. You just go in and get dressed.
Well, I guess I better. I'll never hear the end of it. I knew I shouldn't have allowed this whole thing.
I'll call you when we're ready, dear. Oh, I'm going to have trouble with him, I can see that. Laura. Yes, ma'am. Look, Laura, I want you to do something for me. Yes, ma'am. You're going to be here when the singing starts. You just be standing in back here. Oh, thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to applaud, and I'll applaud you. Just like in a theater, you see? Sometimes I applaud when other people do, even if I don't like something. I do it just to keep them company. So if you'll applaud and I'll applaud, they'll think it's good too, see? Just to keep us company. You understand? I understand about the applauding, ma'am. What was that other part? I say it's just like being in a theater. Oh, never mind. You just applaud. That's all you have to understand. Do you understand that? Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, there's somebody now. That's either him or the piano player. Never mind, Laura. I'll go. You just stand back here where I show you. Yes, ma'am. Yes?
Is this for the party?
Party? There's no party here.
Or is this, 5423 North Boulevard?
Yes, but there's no party here.
Didn't you call the union for a piano player?
Oh, you're the piano player. Oh, excuse me. Yes, come in.
Is this where the party is?
Oh, no, this isn't a party.
Ain't you the party that called for a piano player?
Oh, that kind of a party. Yes, I called for a piano player.
They said it was a party, I thought.
Oh, no, this is for a singer.
Singer?
Yes, somebody's going to sing, and I want to have somebody play the piano for him. You play the piano, don't you?
So they call me Chick Hot Stuff Williams.
Oh, pleased to meet your acquaintance. I'm Mrs. Ace.
Yeah, that's the name. I was trying to remember it all the way out here. Set the box?
Box?
Over there, the piano.
Oh, yes, this is the piano.
Okay, lady, just tell me when the fun begins. I'll be on the job.
This isn't going to be fun. You got this wrong, Hot Stuff, if you think it's a party.
Don't matter, lady. It's the same union scale.
Scale?
Yeah, it's the same scale no matter what it is.
You mean do-re-mi?
Yeah, same do-re-mi.
Oh, the music you mean. Well, I got the music. You read music, don't you?
Read it? What for?
What for? To know what to play. Can't you read music?
Well, I used to when I was a kid. Nowadays, it keeps you so busy banging it out. I can't take time to read it.
Well, if you can't read it, how are you going to play it for the singer?
What's the name of it?
Freeze.
Freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, that's a cinch. Wait till I show you. Just put my coat on.
Take your coat, Laura. Yes, me.
Thanks, baby.
Oh, Joe.
Now, let me show you. Freeze. Freeze. Oh, yeah. How's it?
not yet, Laura. Yes, that's pretty, but how about trees?
How about it? I just played it.
You played it? Well, that's not the trees I mean.
That's not the trees you mean?
Those aren't the trees I mean.
Yeah, those... What?
Well, that didn't sound like it when he sang it for me.
What kind of a singer is this, anyhow? Who is he?
Caruso.
Who?
Caruso, that's his name.
Listen, lady, let's level. Let's get down to business. Enough of this clowning around.
Oh, Jane, how's it going? Oh, hello, Marge. This is the piano player, Mr.
Get Hot Stuff Williams.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi.
Hot stuff, did you say? Yes, he played just now.
Well, it isn't exactly hot stuff, Mr. Williams. Didn't Mrs. Ace explain the idea to you?
Yeah, but she's been clowning around with Caruso and things like that.
I told him Caruso was coming here to sing.
Look, lady, I'm a solid tenor. I can make you go. I can play anything you want from jam to jive. But don't give me that double talk about Caruso coming here.
Ah, just a minute, Mr. Williams. Maybe I can explain it. You see, Mrs. Ace has picked up a boy she thinks has a beautiful voice. He's an orphan, and his nickname at the orphanage is Caruso. He's coming here to sing tonight, sort of an audition. You get it?
Oh, so that's it.
Yes, that's what I told you.
Yeah, I'm beginning to come through now. And he's going to sing trees, is that it?
Yes, he said he wanted to. He sings it beautifully. Wait till you hear him.
I can hardly wait.
Me too. He ought to be here in a minute.
But can you read this music, Mr. Williams?
Well, I got a confession to make. I wouldn't want this to get around to the rest of the boys, though, now. You've got to promise to keep this strictly unpreneur.
Well, what is it?
Well, I do read music.
You do?
Come around. I wouldn't want him to start kidding me.
What happened? What did he say?
He can read music.
Well, if you're going to blab it all over town, I'm sorry I
Oh,
told
he
you.
won't. Just he could stay with us.
Okay, now you're on your runner now.
Oh, there he is. Here he comes now.
The singer?
Yes, I think so. Well, Laura, what are you standing there for? Let him in. Oh, well, before you went to the door, ma'am, I thought you was going now, too. Oh, isn't she a mess? Hurry, Laura. Yes, ma'am.
I'll call Ace.
Yes, home. Will you, Marge?
Is Mrs. Ace at home?
Yes, sir. She's waiting for you. Come in, please. Ace, we're all set. Come in, Caruso. Hello.
How do you do, Mrs. Ace?
Just fine. This is Miss Hale.
Hello. I'm pleased to meet you.
And this is Mr. Williams. He's the piano player.
I'm pleased to meet you. Hi, Bing. Just looking over your music here. What tempo do you want on this thing? Oh, I brought along another piece I'd rather sing.
Another piece?
Yes, if you don't mind, Mrs. Ace. It's a little more classical, but it has a nice range and I
Oh, that's all right. Anything you want to sing is all right.
Well,
Okay.
well, what is it? Is it as pretty as trees?
Well, I think so, yes. You got it with you there? Yes, here it is.
What's the name of it?
Non ti scordare. Never be popular. Let me run over it once on this piano.
Well, what is it?
Non ti scordare. It means do not forget me.
Oh, isn't that sweet? We want Caruso.
What did I get into here?
Oh, it's not difficult, Mr. Williams. It's really quite simple.
Yeah, simple. It's a good thing I went to the conservatory. I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, you all set?
Oh, hello, dear.
Well, hello, Jane. I haven't seen you in some
Oh,
time.
thanks, dear. This is Caruso, dear.
How do you do, Mr. Ace?
How are you, young man?
I can never find words enough to thank you, Mrs. Ace, for what you're doing for me.
Well, all right. Yes, we'd like to hear you sing.
Well, just a minute, dear. Mr. Williams is studying his song.
Oh.
Caruso's going to sing a different song. He's not going to sing trees.
Well, the song originally scheduled for this time will not be heard.
There's been a change in the program.
He's going to sing, what was it,
Non ti scordare di me.
Oh, really?
Okay, buddy, I think I got you now. You ready to go?
When you are, thank you.
Well, just a minute now. You sit here, dear, and you sit there, Morris. That's it. And I'll sit here. Now, no, Laura, what is the matter with you?
Oh, I thought
What's going on here?
Oh, ain't nothing, dear. All right, Caruso, you can start.
Non ti scordare di me, la vita mia legate a te. Io t'amo sempre più, nel sogno mio rimani tu. Non ti scordare Nice set of pipes.
All right, Laura. Oh, yes, ma'am. Well, dear?
Well, he's really marvelous.
Marvelous? Why, that's not the word for it. He's very marvelous. And he'll get better, too. There's some things he has to learn.
What was it you didn't like, Mr. Davis?
Well, for one thing, you don't pronounce your words very well. I couldn't understand a single word you sang.
Oh,
Well, I couldn't. Now, if he goes to a school where they study electrocution, he's going to be all right.
Your boy singer has passed his first crucial test. Mr. Race and Marge approve. Now Jane really gets busy carving out his career, as we learn when next we meet the UVA.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the schools have been closed during the Christmas vacation, and our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has spent hers quite enjoyably.
Yes, indeed. During the days preceding Christmas, there was the thrill of wondering what kind of gifts I'd receive. Then in the days following, there's been the thrill of wondering what I'd get in exchange for the Christmas gifts I received. By last Thursday, though, I had made up my mind and paid a visit to the exchange counter of Sherry's department store. Pardon me, are you in charge here?
Yes, ma'am. Dale is the name, Rex Dale. And who might you be?
I might be Mrs. Boynton if I keep my New Year's resolution. Right now, the name is Constance Brooks. Several of my friends have purchased gifts here that I'd like to exchange.
I see.
First of all, there's the plastic monstrosity in this box.
That doesn't seem quite the way to talk about a gift from a friend, Miss Brooks.
This happens to have been presented to me by my principal, Mr. Conklin. And believe me, it's terrifying.
No Christmas present freely given should be referred to as terrifying.
Here, I'll open the box for you. There.
What in the world is it?
It's a figure of Atlas carrying a globe. Only the globe is built in the shape of a round house, which tells the changes in the weather by a small man and woman who pop out of their respective doors when you least expect them.
But what's this on the back of the figure? He seems to have a red spine.
That's a thermometer. And dangling from the thermometer is a small alarm clock.
Oh, now I recall this item. It must be quite popular. The gentleman who bought it ordered 6 of them. He said he was giving them to several members of the faculty. Well, there must be some place you could use it.
Mr. Dale, this sort of thing was old-fashioned when Grandma was a girl. Where could it possibly fit in the modern home?
Well, let's see. Do you have a fireplace in your living room?
Yes, and I thought of the fireplace myself, but plastic doesn't burn very well.
I was thinking of the mantelpiece. Couldn't you put it up there?
I tried that, too, but my landlady keeps a canary in a cage on the mantelpiece.
Well, isn't there room for them both?
Yes, but I don't believe in being cruel to our feathered friends. The first time I put this thing next to the cage, the canary took one look at it and fell head first into his bird bath. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to exchange this for some lingerie.
Well, if you insist, Miss Brooks, I'll give you this credit slip. Just show it to the clerk in the lingerie department.
Oh, before you make it out, there's something else, Mr. Dale. These earrings were purchased here, too.
Well, what's wrong with them?
They're a trifle too ornate for me.
Oh, nonsense. They're beautiful. Just look at the workmanship in those exquisite brass crowbars.
I'm afraid they're a little too heavy for me, Mr. Dale.
Heavy? Well, let me heft them.
All right, I'll put one on the counter. Here.
Yes, they are a bit substantial, aren't they?
Substantial? They pull my ears down so far, I look like a Cocker Spaniel. I'll just get a nice manicure set instead.
Very well, Miss Brooks. Anything else?
Not much. I'd like to exchange this pen and pencil set for some stockings and these slippers for a handbag.
Miss Brooks, wasn't there anything you received for Christmas that pleased you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Dale. I have a blue and white scarf that I'm just delighted with.
And who bought that for you?
I did. Now, if you'll give me those other exchange slips, I'll get the rest of my unshopping done. I don't like to rush you, but Walter Denton, a student of mine, has offered to pick me up in his car in a few minutes.
Well, I wouldn't bank on it, Miss Brooks.
What do you mean?
If he's a student of yours, he's probably exchanged his car for a pogo stick.
It was nice of you to interrupt your holiday to give me this lift, Walter.
For you, Miss Brooks, my Yuletide spirit knows no bounds.
What kind of Yuletide did you have, Walter?
Oh, magnificent, Miss Brooks. Oh, you should have seen my house. The spirit of giving was rampant. The gifts for everybody all over the place.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah. The horn of plenty was really loaded this Christmas.
Well, you can't blame your father for relaxing on a holiday. There were lots of presents. What did you get, Walter?
Oh, I got some lovely gifts, Miss Brooks. Didn't you notice anything different about this car when you got in?
Let's see. The 4 fenders are still missing. The hood is still off the motor. Windshield hasn't been replaced yet.
Go on. Something new has definitely been added.
The convertible top is still absent. There's only half of a rear view mirror, and the glass is out of both doors. I can't figure it out, Walter. What's been added?
Nylon seat covers.
Just what this car needed. Who gave them to you?
Both my mother and father.
Together?
Yeah, my father gave me a sweater and my mother gave me a muffler, and I exchanged them.
Mr. Dale was right. Like teacher, like pupil. What did Harriet Conklin give you?
Oh, do you like this plaid sport shirt I've got on?
Yes, it's very attractive. Did Harriet get you that?
No, but her keychain and 90 cents did. Well, here we are at your place, Miss Brooks. Safe and
sound?
Before you get out, Miss Brooks, would you mind telling me what Mr. Boynton got you for Christmas? I know Harriet was egging him on to get you something real personal and feminine.
Oh, he almost got me something extremely personal, but I stopped him in time.
Oh, what was he going to get?
A stapler. He finally settled for a pair of very clever earrings shaped like crowbars, but just between us, I exchanged them for a manicure set.
But why? What was wrong with the earrings?
I couldn't get them on without a stapler.
Well, Connie, did you get all your exchanging done?
Yes, Mrs. Davis, I got some wonderful things.
Good. I'm glad to see you looking so chipper. You seemed pretty blue last night when Mr. Boynton broke a date with you.
He couldn't help it, Mrs. Davis. He had to attend a meeting of the biology club. Besides, I enjoyed the movie I saw very much.
What did you see, Connie?
Born Yesterday with Judy Holliday, Brod Crawford, and Bill Holden.
Well, if they were all there, you couldn't have missed Mr. Boynton too much. Well, before I forget, Connie, Mr. Conklin called twice while you were out.
Mr. Conklin? What did he want?
I'm not sure, Connie, but it's about some kind of a report or something. He wants you to help him with it.
But this is my vacation. If he calls again, please tell him I'm out.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to tell him yourself, dear. I'm going out in the garden. One of our crawling vines has tripped over the garage door.
Oh, well, I won't be home very long anyway. Maybe he won't. Then again, maybe he will.
Hello, Mrs. Davis. This is Osgood Conklin again. Has Miss Brooks come in yet?
Miss Brooks? There is no Miss Brooks here.
This is Main 2496, isn't it?
Oui, this is the French and Laundry. Fifi speaking.
Fifi?
The girl in charge of the mangle. Who are you look for, monsieur?
I'm looking for a school teacher named Constance Brooks.
A school teacher? Ooh la la, you got the wrong number. Well, that's a reprieve for a while. Mrs. Davis! Mrs. Davis! Mrs. Davis! Oh, dear, she's out and back. Hello?
Hello, this is the One Question for 1,000 program. We're trying to contact Miss Constance Brooks.
What?
If Miss Constance Brooks can answer one simple question, we have $1,000 in cold, hard cash waiting to be sent to her.
$1,000? This is Miss Brooks.
Are you absolutely certain you are Miss Brooks?
Of course. What's the question?
The question is, how could you and the French hand laundry have switched phone numbers so quickly?
Hello?
Get away from that mangle, Fifi. Or I'll really take the starch out of your sail.
Hello? Isn't this Mr. Conklin? I guess you must have gotten our party line, sir.
All right, Miss Brooks. We'll forget your little impractical joke. The reason I called is to thank you for your Christmas gift to me.
Oh, it was just a little remembrance, Mr. Conklin.
You couldn't have chosen a more perfect reminder, Miss Brooks. Two big, heavy bookends. They just seem to sense that we haven't had any personal contact since Christmas. And yesterday, as if by magic, one of them toppled off the table and landed on my foot. It was like old times.
I'm sorry, Mr. Conklin. If you'd rather have something else, I could...
wouldn't part with those bookends if they eat up half my salary in Band-Aids. See, Miss Brooks, in spite of your raffish and undisciplined displays of wit, I feel that you, like myself, are basically a sentimental person. When I receive a present, I feel it's a token of someone's affection, and I wouldn't dream of exchanging it for anything else. I presume you feel the same way?
Hello? I mean, certainly, Mr. Conklin.
By the way, Miss Brooks, how did you like my gift to you?
Oh, stunning, Mr. Conklin.
You know, for the longest time, I couldn't decide whether to buy something ornamental or utilitarian. Then I saw that figure of Atlas.
And you gave up both ideas. You combined both ideas.
Yes, that's about it. Did you find the right spot for it, Miss Brooks?
Perfect, Mr. Conklin. I'm keeping it right on the mantelpiece here in our living room. Quiet, Dickie. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Miss Brooks. I'll be able to kill two birds with one stone, then, when you assist me with my report to the Parent Teachers Association.
But, Mr. Conklin, this is my vacation.
It's mine, too, Miss Brooks, but this is for the first important meeting of the new year. So I'll be over to your place in about an hour, at which time I can see how effective my Atlas looks in your living room.
But, Mr. Conklin, you can't come here. The house is a mess. Mrs. Davis is in the midst of her spring cleaning.
Spring cleaning? But this is the middle of the winter.
I know, but she likes to give herself plenty of time. If you don't believe she's doing her spring cleaning, you can ask her yourself, Mr. Conklin. Mrs. Davis! Mrs. Davis! Sorry, sir, she must be out in the kitchen dyeing Easter eggs.
Well, tell her to save me a pink one. I'll be there in an hour.
Oh, no. This is a fine spot to be in.
Did you call me, Connie?
It's too late now, Mrs. Davis.
Too late for what?
For me to get down to Sherry's and get Mr. Conklin's present back. He's coming over here in an hour to give me some dictation, and he expects to see it on the mantelpiece.
Oh, forgive my absent mind, Connie, but there were so many gadgets here around this Christmas that I just don't remember Mr. Conklin's gift. What was it?
A plastic figure of Atlas with a big globe on his head that tells the weather, and a thermometer spine, and also an alarm clock.
Oh, where in the world is the alarm clock?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
Water cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, offers such conclusive proof. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest.
So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
Water toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, when I had calmed down a bit, I realized that Mr. Conklin had perpetrated his Atlas clock on several other members of the faculty. So the only question was, from whom to borrow one. Then Mrs. Davis reminded me that Mr. Boynton had received one, and there was no more question. I had never seen Mr. Boynton's new apartment, and this seemed like as good a time as any.
Be right there. Well, Miss Brooks, this is a surprise. Come on in.
Thanks, Mr. Boynton.
Here, let me take your coat.
All right. So this is your new apartment. May I look around?
Go right ahead.
Aren't you coming with me?
Well, you don't have to go anywhere. This is all there is to it. And please don't mind the appearance of the place. After all, what can you do with a bachelor?
There must be a non-censurable answer to that. Don't you find this place a bit confining for a big, husky, broad-shouldered, dashing, vital... I forgot what I started to say.
You were wondering if I found this apartment confining. Actually, I don't, Miss Brooks. I don't spend very much time in it, but when I'm here, I rather like the compactness of it. Of course, it's different with a girl. I don't suppose you'd care for a tight squeeze.
Try me. I mean, this place certainly wouldn't be any problem to keep clean.
I'm afraid I don't pay any attention to that end of it.
All you'd have to do is wrap yourself in a damp towel, get in the center of the room, and spin around a little.
Well, it may be small, but this place has all the facilities of a larger apartment. Did you know that I have a 2-burner electric stove in here?
Really? Where?
I keep it in my bread box.
Oh, in the kitchen.
No, there's no kitchen. I just keep the bread box in the refrigerator.
I give up. Where's the refrigerator?
In the closet. Just open that door on your left.
All right. I still don't see the refrigerator.
Your coat's draped over it. Well, now that you're here, Miss Brooks, how would you like to stay to lunch?
No, thanks, Mr. Boynton. I wouldn't want you to have to unwrap your kitchen just for me. Besides, I've got to be getting back to my place before Mr. Conklin comes to work with me. That's the real reason I dropped over, Mr. Boynton, to borrow the atlas Mr. Conklin gave you.
What did you do with the one he gave you?
I exchanged it for some lingerie.
So did I.
What color? I mean, what am I going to do? He expects to see that atlas prominently displayed on my mantelpiece.
Well, why don't you phone Mr. Conklin and tell him you went out without your keys and Mrs. Davis has left the house, too?
I could do that. Then he'd probably suggest that I come over to his place. That wouldn't be so bad.
Well, I don't have my phone in yet, Miss Brooks, but right on the corner there's a gas station or a candy store you can call from.
I'll use the gas station. I'm on a little bit of a diet.
Oh, before you go, Miss Brooks, I haven't seen you wear the earrings I got you for Christmas as yet. You will put them on for New Year's Eve, won't you?
New Year's Eve?
Oh, yes. I've gotten hold of an extra ticket to the biology club dance. I took it for granted that you'd tag along.
Then you can take it for granted that the earrings will drag along with me. And while we're on the subject of presents, you don't seem to be wearing the cufflinks I gave you.
The cufflinks? Oh, well, I'm saving those for New Year's Eve, too. Yes, sir. Well, you better run along now and phone Mr. Conklin. I guess we won't be seeing each other again until our date Sunday night.
Oh, we'll see each other before that.
When?
It all depends on what time we both arrive to exchange our exchanges at the exchange counter. So I'll just come on over to your place, Mr. Conklin.
Well, if you've lost your keys and Mrs. Davis is out, I suppose it's the only thing you can do, Miss Brooks. But my wife is having some folks in tonight, so we'll have to finish up at your place after dinner.
Yes, sir. That'll give me plenty of time. That is, I'll see you soon, Mr. Conklin. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Harriet. Oh, Harriet.
Here I am, Daddy. What can I do for you?
Do you know what's been done with those 2 monstrosities that Miss Brooks gave me for Christmas?
You mean those 2 cute bookends?
Yes, those cute bookends. 2 green midgets with purple beards shoving their shoulders against yellow wheels. Last time I saw them, your mother was cracking walnuts with them.
Gosh, Daddy, Mother told me she exchanged them for a vase.
What? But Miss Brooks is coming over here to work. She'll expect to see those twin nightmares on my desk. Well, there's only one thing I'll do. I'll run down to Sherry's and try to get them back before she comes.
It was just wonderful of you to drive me down here again, Walter. I've got to get back the atlas and Mr. Boynton's earrings at once.
Oh, that's okay, Miss Brooks. I've got to get back the keychain Harriet gave me.
Oh, did she ask you about it?
Yeah. She said she expected me to wear it on New Year's Eve. Gosh, I wished I'd had my wits about me. I'd have asked her why she wasn't wearing the pearls I gave her.
You gave Harriet pearls, Walter?
Certainly not. But I know she's exchanged so many gifts it would have thrown a good scare into her.
Well, it's too bad about the keychain, Walter. The shirt you exchanged it for looked lovely on you.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Oh, the thought of exchanging it distresses me deeply. I guess I'm just a sentimentalist at heart, Miss Brooks.
A sentimentalist?
Yes. When a person near and dear to me gives me a present, I hate to exchange it more than once. Well, here's the counter.
How do you do, Mr. Dale? Remember me?
Now, don't tell me. Let's see. Oh, of course, you were the lovely lady who almost gave me a nervous breakdown this morning.
And remember me?
Certainly. You gave me a nervous breakdown yesterday. Oh, look, you two aren't going to start all over again, are you?
No, Mr. Dale. This time it's going to be very simple.
Oh, good.
I'd like to turn in some lingerie and get back my atlas.
But this morning you were practically livid about this.
That was this morning. Then I'd like to turn in my manicure set and get my earrings.
Yeah, and I'd like to turn in my sports shirt and get back my keychain.
I have a dispatch for you both. I'd like to turn in this job and get back my sanity. I'll make out your exchange slips in just a moment. But first, Miss Brooks, you've got to do me a small favor.
What is it?
Just stand behind this counter for one moment while I go out for a smoke. I'm beginning to feel my nerves nibbling at the base of my skull like mice.
Oh, but Mr. Dale,
There won't be too many customers at this time of day, but if anyone does come over, just be courteous. By that I mean be sure to say please when you ask them to drop dead.
Oh, he'll never make a good exchange clerk. Too sensitive. Well, while we're waiting for him, I'm going to look at some sports equipment over in the next aisle.
But you can't leave me behind this counter all alone, Walter.
Why not? It might open up a whole new career to you. Especially if you don't get Mr. Conklin's atlas back in time.
Now listen, Walter.
I'll see you later, Miss Brooks. And don't forget to say please.
Oh, dandy. This is turning out to be some vacation.
Oh, pardon me, miss, but I'd like to swap this penknife for Miss Brooks.
You can't have Miss Brooks for that penknife.
What in the...
Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I was just going to say blazes.
Oh, then go right ahead.
What in the blazes are you doing behind this counter?
I'm just pinch hitting for a busy friend.
A busy friend?
Yes, he's brushing some mice off the base of his skull. Is there something I can do for you, Mr. Boynton?
Well, there was something I wanted to exchange for something else, but I'll wait until the regular clerk comes back.
But he may never come back. The mice may brush him off. Why don't you tell me what it is you want to exchange?
Well, no, I couldn't, Miss Brooks. It's rather personal.
Pardon me, young man, pardon me. Miss, I'd like to swap this vase for Miss Brooks.
You can't have Miss Brooks for that vase. Not even if you threw in a penknife.
But what in the
blazes am I doing behind this counter?
Exactly. And you, Boynton, what are you doing here?
Well, I have something I'd like to exchange, Mr. Conklin.
A deplorable practice, exchanging gifts. Shows an abysmal lack of consideration for those who presented them to you.
What are you doing here, Mr. Conklin?
Me? I've just been doing some last-minute shopping. I've never been near this exchange counter since Sherry's opened its doors to the public.
Oh, me either, but today
Well, Miss Brooks, I feel a little better now. Thanks for... Well, what do you know? It's a Madison High reunion.
Oh, then you know these gentlemen, Mr. Dale.
Know them. Since Christmas, we've been practically living together.
I see.
This chunky boy with the malignant mustache has been back about 9 times.
Quiet, Dale, quiet.
But, Mr. Conklin, I thought you didn't believe in exchanging gifts.
I don't, Miss Brooks. It's just that, well, I was down here with my wife a couple of times.
Couple of times. He was here so often I thought he was trying to turn her in.
That's a hot one. Well, I'll be running along now. I've got...
One moment, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Dale, has this tall gentleman been down here, too?
Has he? He's the most insidious type of all.
Insidious?
He's the sort who expects the Brooklyn Bridge in return for a pair of cufflinks.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, you did exchange the cufflinks I gave you.
Well, what are you complaining about? You turned in the atlas he gave you, didn't you?
That was the atlas I gave you, Miss Brooks. How could you do it?
I hate to see a canary bird with a limp.
Anyway, you're a fine one to talk, mustache. You turned in the desk lamp he gave you.
Desk lamp? Well, that's what I gave you, Mr. Conklin.
Well, what about those earrings that pulled down your ears, Miss Brooks?
And more important than any of this, what about getting out that report of mine to the Parent Teachers Association?
You're right, Mr. Conklin. I'll settle this matter of gifts once and for all, Mr. Dale. I'm going to turn in everything I've received this Christmas for just 2 presents for these gentlemen.
2 presents?
Yes. Give Mr. Boynton a Cocker Spaniel and Mr. Conklin a workhorse.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
Freedom is everybody's job. That's why all of us must work to keep our individual rights and freedoms by voting in an informed way, serving willingly on juries and public committees, and taking an interest in the development of our community, state, and country. That way we can all make 1951 a year that will prove the strength and success of democracy. And now, on behalf of my sponsor, the Colgate Palmolive Peat Company, and myself, a very happy New Year to all of you. Good night.
This is Vern Crest reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Arthur Alsberg, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Joseph Kearns. If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. Don't miss the exciting and laughable adventures of these amateur detectives. Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following program was prepared for you. We hope you're prepared for it.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble presents The Red Skelton Show, starring Red Skelton. Dave Rose and his orchestra are singing stars, The Four Knights. Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Yes, it's the Red Skelton Show, brought to you by Tide, Procter & Gamble's amazing new discovery for your whole family wash.
Tide's in, dirt's out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
And now from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, O'Connor?
How are you, Skelton?
I'm a little tired, and I've been up all night.
What doing?
Guarding my gas tank. I'll be up all night tonight, too.
But why are you going to stay up all night tonight? You're out of gas now.
I know, but I look silly siphoning in the daytime. I rode down here tonight on the bus. Boy, was that thing crowded. They were in there like sardines.
Really? Huh? Really?
Yeah. Everybody got off with a fishy stare. How I'm fixed for gas.
How are you fixed for gas?
Okay, but it's my own fault. Everybody tells me I eat too fast. Well, let's try what's written here now.
Well, this is our second show. Tell me, were you as nervous as you were last week?
Am I as nervous? No, I wasn't too nervous last week.
Well, tell me you weren't nervous. Before the show, I said, let me shake your hand. You said, why? It's doing okay, but...
I told him not to go to a cheap dentist. It happens every time. He's not kidding, though. I was nervous. No kidding. I was so nervous last week, I put my hand on the dressing room table, and I got an answer from the spirit world.
Say you did all right on the Life of Riley program that follows us, too.
Yeah, you know, this is a nice setup on Friday night. If our show dies, Digger Odell, the friendly undertaker, comes in. Sorry I said that.
Well, I'd like to say it's good to be working with you again, Red.
Thanks, Rod. I'd like to say it's good to be working with you again.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we've said what's written here, I'd like to say it's good to be eaten.
Well, Red, last week you started to tell me about your vacation.
Yeah.
Tell me, did you do any horseback riding?
Oh, yeah, that's wonderful. Of a morning you get on the horse, we leave the dirty old smoky city, you ride all day, and you just bounce around till you get to the top of the mountain, and then that night you got a beautiful view of the dirty old smoky city.
Well, tell me, did your wife, Georgia, enjoy sleeping out?
I'll get killed for it. Do ask me again.
All right. Tell me, did your wife, Georgia, enjoy sleeping out?
She must have. She snored so loud, 7 moose answered her.
Tide's in, dirt's out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
Oh, just a minute. I hate to interrupt good singing like that, but what about all them newfangled sudsers I've been reading about in the pictures and catalogs?
Well, Clem, Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. There just isn't any other wash day product like Procter & Gamble's Tide. Friends, remember that the next time you go shopping. Nothing you can buy will wash your clothes as clean as Tide. Because Tide not only leaves clothes free from dirt, it removes dingy soap film, too. And that happens to your whole family wash, from your special occasion linens down to your everyday work clothes. Yet with all this remarkable cleaning power, Tide is truly safe for all your washable colors. What's more, colored things get a new lease on brightness. Tide actually brightens those soap-dull colors. As for your white things, in hardest water, Tide gets them whiter than any other washing product known. And Tide keeps them white, too, week after week, never turns them yellow. But remember, Tide is the one, the only wash day product in the world that gives you all this, the cleanest, brightest, whitest wash you ever hung on the line.
Folks, from your reports last week, you all seemed to like the Four Knights, and here they are again to sing St. Louis Blues.
And for you yesterday, here you come today. Shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. If you can't do better, might as well just stay away. Shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. I'd say look blue, just blue as I can be. I'd say look blue, just blue as I can be. My gal got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. La 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 la, 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 la 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 la. Boy, la 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 la. St. Louis Blues.
People you'll meet sooner or later.
Friends, if you drive a car, sooner or later you'll run into a guy that don't stop for a red light, or vice versa. Don't lose your head, though, because the guy may be one of them Willie Lump fellers. Boy, there's nothing like living dangerously.
Now, careful, Willie. You're over the white line.
We must be getting closer to town. We're sideswiping more cars now.
Look, Mr. Oldfield, will you stop this junk heap? I'd like to get out.
I can't stop. There's no curbs handy.
Must you have a curb to stop?
Oh, no. Just point out a brick wall, that'll do.
You mean there are no brakes on this thing?
No, I don't believe in loading the car down with a lot of excess.
I don't know why you let anyone swindle you with this thing.
Oh, it was easy. I was just walking up the street, went by one of them used car lots, looked in my wallet. Next thing I knew, I was yelling, "Put me down!" The dealer was awful nice, though. He offered to carry my wallet and everything. The car only cost $2,000. That ain't bad for a Stanley steamer, you know.
You mean to say that you paid $2,000 for this ash can on wheels? Oh! When I think of all the intelligent men I could have married, it just makes me ill.
Yeah, well, it makes me pretty sick, too.
Just keep on.
Shut up, Willie.
Now, don't you yell at me, Willie Lump Lump. And watch where you're driving. Good heavens. What was that just hurtled across the radiator?
That's a pedestrian, the cowards. They're pole vaulting.
I wish you'd at least bought an antique with windows in it.
I never noticed before. Ain't this thing got a windshield in it?
No, this ain't got a windshield in it.
Well, I was wondering why that windshield wiper kept smearing my nose all over my...
Oh, I'm freezing. If you were the right kind of a husband at all, you'd see that I was shivering and half frozen.
Yeah.
I'm so cold I've turned purple.
Well, I must say it's more becoming to you than your usual green.
I don't know if it's your remarks or if it's the air that's coming in that's making me so cold.
Oh, I don't think... Look, I'm sorry I yelled at you, Lost, but say, you are cold, aren't you? Your goose pimples are riding each other piggyback. Wait a minute, there's a blanket in the back seat. I'll get it for you.
Willie, keep your hand on the wheel. Well, you nearly killed me. I hope you're satisfied.
No, I'm not. Shall we go around the block and try again?
Well, where's the blanket?
Look, it's in the back seat. I'll get it if you'll hold on to the wheel like a... Hey, what's all this junk in the back seat?
Oh, how should I know? Just get the blanket.
Yeah, I will. Just a minute. I'll turn the page. See what I'm going to do next. I'll just pull the blanket from under this stuff. Say, that reminds me. I got to go to the musicians' convention again next year.
Willie, grab the wheel. Stop light.
What's the matter?
The light. You're going to run a light. Willie, where are you?
In the back seat with a motor.
I told you to hold the wheel.
I'm holding the wheel, all four of them.
Did we hit that other car?
Huh?
Did we hit that other car?
That's a brilliant remark. I don't think it had a nervous breakdown from fright. Boy, I sure aged that baby fast, didn't I? Now, look, the other driver, I better be careful with him there.
Why?
I don't think them shoulder pads in his shoulders are pads. I didn't want to say it, but it's got to do. Look, let me handle it. You keep your big mouth out of this.
You don't stop saying my mouth is big.
Well, it is. Every time you yawn, you swallow your head, so fair. Go and see this guy. Hiya, buddy. Imagine meeting you here, huh? You all right, buddy? Don't worry about a thing. I got plenty of insurance, buddy. You all right, buddy? Hey, buddy, take your head out of the exhaust pipe and answer me. Yeah.
Well, I am a bit shaken.
Yeah, you are.
Tell me, weren't you driving on the wrong side of the street?
No, I was driving on the same side you were, only you were coming the other way.
Well, tell me, do you always drive side saddle?
No, I bought this car from the used car dealer, and the price threw the car a little out of line.
Is anybody in your car injured? Your wife looks nauseated.
Now, you ought to steer without makeup on. You okay?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, you're all right. Now, look, don't worry about a thing. I got plenty of insurance. Here, take a swig of this. It's Willie's Pep Tonic. That'll bring you around, boy.
Thanks, but I'm not...
Go ahead, swallow it. Just hold on to your eyeballs and swallow.
Well, I'll try it.
Go right ahead, boy.
What did you say that stuff was?
Willie Lump Lump Pep Tonic. That's pre-war stuff, providing the war breaks out tomorrow. Take another gulp now. Just go right ahead. Now, don't worry about it. I sure sneaked up on you, didn't I?
Thank you.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling better already.
Good.
I think my tonsils just dissolved.
You don't look very comfortable balanced on your ear that way. Better lay down in the gutter. You'll feel better. Go ahead. Don't worry. I'm covered with insurance. You got nothing to worry about, fella. You want another swig? Just help yourself. Uh-oh. Here comes the Dick Tracy's of tomorrow. Just relax. Don't worry about a thing now. Don't worry about a thing.
Well, looks like you boys were playing leapfrog with your automobile.
Yeah.
What happened?
What happened? Smell that man's breath and ask no more questions. And now Dave Rose and the Procter & Gamble Orchestra play Authentic Music of the West.
Thank you, Dave Rose. You know, amazing as Tide is for all your family wash, it's just as amazing in your dishpan. Listen. Procter & Gamble's sensational Tide washes dishes cleaner than any soap in the world. Tide cuts grease better than any soap in the world, whisks it away like magic. Honestly, dishwashing with Tide is a wonderful experience because Tide leaves no scum in the water, no greasy ring round the pan, and never a cloudy film on glasses and dishes. They rinse and dry clear and sparkling, even without wiping. Oh, you can tell Tide is different the minute you see those suds. They look different. They feel different. You get more of them, get them quicker. And in hardest water, they last longer. Just to make things perfect, Tide suds are kind to your hands, too. Now, you can't ask for more, so ask for Tide. See how different dishwashing can be.
And now a page from our mean little kid's diary.
Have you ever bundled up the family and gone on a camping trip? One of them places where it's nice, peaceful, and quiet-like? Yes, there's nothing like it. Unless, of course, you by chance camp around where Junior, the mean little kid, is.
Lorene, where's Junior?
I don't know. Junior! Junior, where are you?
Over here, kiddo. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, dangling my feet.
Come here, that's a 16,000-foot drop.
Well, wipe the smile off your face, kiddo. I ain't going to fall.
Junior?
Yeah?
Come here to me.
What you want, Sugar?
Don't you ever do a thing like that again.
Why?
Why, you could have fallen into that camp in the valley and hurt someone.
Yeah.
Hey, what we come up here for anyway, huh? I can make you a quiver home and everything. You bring me up in the mountain.
Junior, you mean you don't enjoy the idea of camping out?
No,
Why, child. Someday you'll realize that to get away from the noise of this city and just relax and enjoy the sound of the earth is a rare privilege.
Really? Hey, Nemo, did the Indians used to live up here in the woods?
Oh, yes, dear.
Really?
Oh, those must have been the days.
You should know.
They had no high prices then. Why, if the Indians wanted food, all they had to do was to go out and shoot it.
Shoot it?
Yes. The woods are full of good things to eat.
No kidding. Well, hand me a bow and arrow. I'm going to shoot myself an ice cream cone.
Stay right here. Dinner will soon be ready.
Oh, what you going to burn tonight, Mom?
Oh, Lord, don't insult my cooking.
Ah.
And Junior, stop scratching.
I have to scratch.
Why?
I'm the only one knows where it is. You didn't tell me what we're going to eat tonight.
You're going to eat the fish I caught.
The fish you caught?
Yes.
You mean Grandpa? We're going to eat Grandpa?
No. A trout.
Well, he's a racetrack trout.
Mother, I wonder who that man is walking this way.
Where?
Look at him.
Oh, he's probably one of the other campers. Now, remember, we're only here for the night and no extra supplies either. This guy looks like a chiseler.
Yeah.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy, chiseler.
Junior! Junior, you apologize.
Why, because I said it before you did?
Lady, is this your little boy?
Yeah, but I doubt if they'll admit it without a third-degree figure.
Well, I hate to bother you, but my coffee pot is missing.
Well, go out in the woods and shoot yourself one. The woods is for you.
We're only here for one night, and I'm sorry, but we only have one coffee pot.
And I'm keeping me fishing worms in that.
I hate to contradict you, lady, but you have two coffee pots.
Now, look, Mr.
Brown, Jim Brown. I have that lookout tower up there.
Now, what were you saying about us having two coffee pots?
Well, I'm very sorry to mention it, but...
Don't.
Well, I had to take a ride down the trail to check on some careless folks who left the campfire
good for me,
burning.
you'll keep your mouth shut, will you?
And then, when I looked through my binoculars,
Your what? What's been the binoculars? What's a binocular, huh?
Anyhow, when I looked through my binoculars, I saw this little boy coming down the ladder out of the lookout tower with my coffee pot.
I can't believe Junior would do such a thing. He's such a sweet, well-mannered youngster.
Oh, you dreamer, you.
Well, how about it, son?
Well, how do you know it was me coming down the ladder? How do you know it wasn't some well-dressed bear or something?
I'm sure it was. The boy had on a white T-shirt with a skull and crossbones on it.
What else he had on?
He was also wearing blue jeans.
Well, is I wearing anything like that? Look.
Junior, put your clothes back on.
Now, look, young man, did you take this man's coffee pot? Answer me.
I don't go around answering strange questions, kiddo.
Oh, now let me talk to him.
Oh.
Junior, dear.
The muffety guff's coming now.
Listen.
Yes, Namo, dear.
Now, tell Nama and tell Nama the truth, dear.
Yes.
Did you take the coffee pot or not?
You want me to tell you so? You can tell them. I'm wise to you, blabbermouth. Don't you hit me. You hit me and I'll tell on you.
You tell what?
I'll tell everybody you used to be a bartender.
I was no such thing.
Oh, no. Hey, Verna, 2 beers.
Bottle or draft?
Look, Sonny, I have to get back up to the lookout tower.
Yes.
So, man to man, where is my coffee pot?
Man to man, it's behind that tree over there.
Well, as man to mother, Junior, come here.
Right.
Now, what you did was dishonest. Now, you must be punished.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You had me. You broke my widow. You broke my widow.
Broke the widow what?
I don't know. It hasn't started hurting yet.
Well, folks, I've got to get going.
Good.
Be sure to put your campfire out.
Yep.
And remember this. 2 minutes of being careful can save 50 years of trees.
We'll be careful.
We'll be careful. And,
Junior,
yes?
you don't play with matches, do you?
No, sir, boy. I got my fingers burned once. I don't play with them now. I got a cigarette lighter.
Junior! Oh, dear. Times I'm sorry I I took him out of the baby carriage before I gave it away.
Can I go play?
Yes, run along.
Now, Junior, don't make any noise.
No.
You might disturb the other campers.
Yes.
And don't throw stones.
No throw
You
stones.
might hit someone.
Yeah, and don't breathe. Somebody else may want the oxygen.
Hey, kid, look out.
No.
Why don't you watch where you're going? Now you tripped over that rope and knocked my tent down.
Yeah?
Is that all you've got to do, go around wrecking tents?
No, you ought to see me with a house.
I can imagine.
Yeah, hey, what's he doing there? What is that thing?
I'm putting up my pup tent.
What's the matter? You in a doghouse?
Look, kid, run along.
Yes?
Go see how far you can lean over that cliff.
Yes. Hippity-hop, hippity-hop. Oh, yes. Whoa! What's that? What's behind us? It's a cat. It's a black one. Here, now, don't you cross my path or you'll have bad luck. Oh, it's okay. You can cross me path. You're not all black. You got a white streak down your back. Come here. I got a kitty cat at home, too. Something around here is dead. Your cat. It can't be him because he's walking around. Boy, that cat must have an awful bad cold. He walk around like there's nothing happening at all. Here, now I got you. I believe it's the cat. Boy, how'd you get so dirty? Boy, oh boy. Your mother must have pampered you because you really spoiled. I want to show you the Namhorn mummies. They ugly. Oh, look, there's that lookout man. I'll go see if you belong to him. I've already learned one lesson about taking things that don't belong to me. Hey, Mr. Lookout man, aren't you up a new tower?
Well, I just can't quite get up the pep to climb up those steps.
Oh. Hey, is this little kitty cat yours?
Great!
Well, he got up that 500 feet awful quick. I wonder why he don't like kitty cats. Of course, I don't blame him. This cat ain't exactly the type that makes friends easily, you know. The man has his tent up. Come on, I'll introduce you to him, kitty. Come on, here. Hiya. Well, I see you finally got your pup tent up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, don't you let your pup tent chase my cat. Look, I found a tomcat. Look.
Get him away from here.
Where you going? You're taking it down for, mister. Where you going, mister? You want to say goodbye? I better find out. Hey, any of you campers here lose a cat? Hey, where you going, folks? Hey, where you going? Hey, mister, lady, where you going? Bye, mister. Where you going? Go away.
Lorene, look. Everyone is breaking camp. Maybe somebody got wind of something.
No, I don't think so. But still, I can't understand why they're all leaving.
We got an idea, ain't we, folks? Come on, kitty cat, come on. I was going to give you a bottle of milk, but I think I'll change it to a bottle of Airwick now. Hey, Namor, look what I got. Look.
What is it, Junior?
Look.
Bring it closer, dear. I can't see without my glasses.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't you want to see what Junior brought us? It might be something nice.
Well, it's nothing to be sniffed at, I'll tell you.
Lorre, don't let him get near you.
Oh, I'd better put my glasses on.
Good heavens, a polecat!
Junior, drop that animal.
Hey, White, it's just the thing for around the house. Take him home. I bet the mice would come out and surrender the minute he walked in. I bet he'd even kill Moss, this baby, you know. What's the matter? I'll see you later, Cat. My folks are trying to get away from me. In fact, I'd like to get away from myself right now. Get away from me. Let me in. Let me in the car. Let me in.
We will just as soon as you go take off all your clothes and go bathe in that little stream over there.
Okay, my dear, don't go away without me.
We won't.
Okay. Boy. Close up this fast. Whoa, that water's cold. I sure got myself into trouble now. Well, that just goes to show you if you associate in the wrong company, you can become a stinker, too.
Thanks for being with us tonight. We hope you liked our program well enough to be with us next week. So until next Friday.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and thanks for buying more and more of that Wash Day miracle, Tide.
Tide's in dirt out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, tonight's guest Peter Lorre, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, where have you been? Look at you. Your clothes are dripping wet. There's water running out of your shoes. What happened to you?
Oh, I stopped to get a drink at the faucet outside the street.
Faucet?
Yeah.
You dummy, that's no faucet. That's a fire hydrant.
Fire hydrant?
Yes.
No wonder I went halfway to Pomona by gutter. Gee, 3 G's. I gotta get these wet clothes off. Because if I don't get...
What's the matter? Please, how many times have I told you when you sneeze, sneeze the other way?
I don't know any other way.
Please, talk sense, will you? Do you realize you've probably caught a cold? Do you want the germs to spread?
Oh, I won't let them spread.
How can you keep germs from spreading?
I'll make them wear a girdle.
Oh. Now, that's ridiculous. You've got a cold in your head. How are you going to keep that cold in your head from going down into your chest?
I'll tie a knot in my neck. Hey, but what are you talking about? You're not so healthy.
Oh, I'll have you know, my friend, that I keep regular hours. Every night I go to bed with the chickens.
How do you all get in that little coop?
No, I'm trying to tell you that I go to bed early, and I'm up at the crack of dawn. Then I go out and chop wood for breakfast.
Chop wood for breakfast? How can you eat that stuff?
Listen, Costello, I chop wood for exercise. For example, every morning I jump out of bed and crawl around the room on all fours.
You crawl around on all fours?
Yes, that's the athlete in me.
Athlete? That's the monkey in you, brother.
Oh, hey, here's Ken Niles. Say, I'm glad you dropped in, Ken. Take a look at Costello. He doesn't feel very well.
Oh, just let some of the air out of his head. He'll be all right.
I mean, you got a lot of nerve there, Niles, to me talking like that. Well, with such a swell head like you got.
Oh, I'll have you know I'm not swell-headed.
Oh, yeah? You're the only guy I know who gets the mumps above the ears.
Now, take it easy, Costello. You're a sick man.
Who's a sick man? I'm all right. I just got a little...
Good heavens, Bud. Did you hear Costello sneeze?
What's wrong with the way I sneeze? With a little thing like that, what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it? Well, if you have to sneeze, why don't you sneeze with your mouth closed?
I tried that once and blew out 3 of my teeth.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Your sneezing is dangerous. I can catch your cold, then go home and my beautiful wife will get it in her lovely throat.
Her lovely throat?
Yes, Costello. Mrs. Niles has a neck like a swan.
Yes, and she's got webbed feet to match.
Oh, I heard that remark. And Mr. Costello, you might be interested in knowing that all my friends think I have perfect features.
Is that your nose, or are you looking through a periscope?
Oh, stop that. Don't pay any attention to Costello, Mrs. Niles. You see, he's got a cold and we're trying to help him.
Well, you know the old saying, starve a cold. Now, the first thing to do is to put him on a diet. No carbohydrates, no liquids, and no solids. You think you can stick to that diet, Costello?
Sure. Then what?
Then Kenneth and I'll split your rations.
Oh, nice noise. I heard you the first time. You're going to split it.
Oh, it was almost a wonderful joke, Poochie.
Oh, don't say that, darling. You're my Poochie.
No, you're my Poochie.
No, you're my Poochie.
If there's a dog catcher in the house, what are you waiting for?
Come, Kenneth. And as for you, Costello, I hope your cold is nothing trivial.
Well, I don't blame them for going out. The only way to avoid the flu is to flee.
What's that?
I mean, you've got to flee flu.
Gotta flee flu? What kind of talk is that?
I'm trying to tell you the only way to be free from flu is to flee when flu flies. When there's flu, everybody flees.
Did you say fleas?
Certainly. I flee, you flee, he flees, she flees.
What, I got, a cold or a flea circus?
You don't understand. To avoid the flu, you've got to flee.
I gotta flee. Get him off of me then. Get him off. I don't want any fleas.
No. I don't mean fleas like bugs. I mean fleas like flies.
Oh, let the fleas like flies. I don't want to break up no romance.
Look, it has nothing to do with fleas and flies. I'm trying to tell you, to avoid the flu, you must flee. The only way to be free from flu is to flee when flu flies.
Oh, you mean that to be free from flu, I gotta flee when flu flies. And the fleas and flies have got nothing to do with the flu.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, let me put it this way. You're in the house. You open the window, and a cold germ comes in.
A cold germ comes in?
Yes. What would you do?
I'd give him a cup of hot tea. Who wants a shivering germ out of the house?
Now, that's crazy. This cold germ attacks you and immediately starts to germinate. Before you know it, you've got a lot of nasty germs rushing through your system.
According to my system, the Russians are rushing through the Nazi Germans.
Well, that's true, Costello, but I'm talking about flu germs. Do you realize that germs travel with the speed of light? Now, one little sneeze... What? There you are. There you are. The germs are off. They've already traveled from California to Maine. They are now crossing the Atlantic.
I didn't even say goodbye to them.
Costello, right now, at this very minute, someone in Europe is catching your cold. Hello?
Meine Freunde, das letzte Mal, alle Teile hier festgenommen waren, der große Stein und alle zusammen.
Well, I sure fixed it out.
What do you mean?
He's just sneezing now. The coffin will come later.
Freddie Rich and the orchestra dress up an old favorite, Alone Together.
Listen, Abbott, I'm telling you, I haven't got the flu. Now, get me out of this bed. Now, come on, get me out.
Now, stop that screaming, Costello. You want me just pull that cord by the bed.
Oh, I did.
And what happened?
My pajamas fell down. Now, Abbott, if I had to stay in bed, why didn't you give me some attention?
What are you talking about? Didn't I put some cracked ice on your head?
Yeah, but you didn't have to wait till you got the ice on my head before you cracked it. Now, Abbott, for the last time, I'm telling you, what am I doing in bed?
Well, it's part of the health building course I got from Professor Hercules. Starting tomorrow morning, you're going to get out of bed at 5 o'clock. Then at 5:10...
Back in bed.
No. At 5:10, you jump into a nice cold shower.
And I whistle.
You don't whistle.
I gotta whistle.
Why?
Well, there's no lock on a bathroom door.
Look, pay attention. At 5:10, you jump into the shower. Can't you just feel the ice-cold water running down your back? Now, stop that. Stop that.
It's cold.
Stop it. Then at 5:20...
Back in bed with a hot water bottle.
Listen, at 5:20, you take a bouncing horseback ride. 5:40...
Back in bed, face down.
Then at 6 o'clock, an hour of wrestling. 7 o'clock, 2 hours of handball. 9 o'clock, you walk 30 miles with a heavy pack on your back. And 12 to 1, you climb a mountain.
12 to 1, I don't make it.
Oh, you idiot. You never listen to me. Just wait till you see Hercules. Exercise has given him bulging biceps, rippling muscles, a massive chest. He's the strongest man in the world, the mighty Hercules. Come in.
I am the mighty Hercules. Honest I am. Honest.
See, Costello? Take a look at Hercules. Get a load of that muscle.
What muscle? The last time I saw a muscle like that was on a sparrow's ankle. You know, I could chalk his head and use it for a pool cue.
Costello.
Well, he reminds me of a radio program I heard. One man spamming.
Mr. Costello, as I analyze your case, my treatment for you should not be postponed. Let me show you what my course can do for you. Hand me the telephone book and I will tear it. Are you ready? And now the second page.
Now, look, Hercules, what's so great about that? I can bend bars with my bare hands.
Iron bars?
No, Hershey bars. And I'll do it the hard way, with nuts.
Costello, now don't be silly. You're talking to the mighty Hercules.
Yeah, Mr. Costello, I'm a master muscle.
You're a mess of something, brother. And while I'm on the subject, you ain't seen nothing yet. Just feel my muscle.
Where is it? All I can feel is one little corpuscle.
Yeah, but ain't it got a hard head?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Professor, why don't you give Costello a demonstration of your strength?
Very well. Mr. Costello, I'm going to let you squeeze my hand as hard as you like. Go ahead. Squeeze my hand.
Okay. You asked for it.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Costello.
Thanks for what?
My draft board will never accept me now.
Look, Abbott, for the last time I tell you there's nothing wrong with it. Now you got to get me out of this bed. Now give me a lift.
All right. What was that?
I got my nose caught in the bed spring.
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Peter Lorre. Oh, Mr. Costello, I've come here to offer you the services of my sanitarium. I understand your health is run down.
Now, wait a minute, Lorre. Who told you all this?
Oh, nobody. You see, I get messages through my brain. My mind is like an open door.
What do you hear from the knob?
Quiet, Costello. Let me handle this. Mr. Lorre, you say you have a private sanitarium?
Oh, yes, and it's just the place for Mr. Costello. It is out in the woods, in a very lonely spot, where he can get away from it all. Far, far away.
I don't want to get that far away. Get me closer to town now. Get a lot of people around me, too. Ring those bells. Blow those horns. Blow those horns!
Please,
Noise! I gotta have it. When you're around, I gotta have noise.
But please, Mr. Costello, you're scaring me.
I'm scaring you.
Costello, there's no sense in shouting.
That's right, Mr. Costello. Let us speak low.
I don't want to speak low. I always talk loud. Hooray! Happy New Year! Get around, everybody! Here's some John Charles Thomas. On the road to
Stop. Never mind. Stop just a minute, please. Long flesh. That's enough.
Hey, they like it.
Yeah, never mind. Look, pay no attention to it.
Where's this Frank Sinatra?
Will you... Never mind. Pay no attention to him, Mr. Lorre. I'll bring Costello out to your sanitarium tonight.
Oh, yes, please. And at midnight, I hope. When the moon is down.
No, tomorrow when the sun is up. Way up! Plenty of light, brother. Lots of light. We're going to turn on a searchlight.
Costello, you're acting like an idiot.
Yes, Mr. Costello. I've had thousands of patients at my sanitarium, and I've never had one of them complain. You know what that proves, don't you?
Yes, sir. Dead men tell no tales.
Connie Haynes sings the new hit tune, I Couldn't Sleep a Wink Last Night.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
And now back to Abbott and Costello, who are en route to Peter Lorre's sanitarium. The time is midnight.
Well, Costello, we'll be at Peter Lorre's sanitarium in a minute. He's a great doctor, Costello. He'll see that you get some rest and peace.
That's what bothers me. I don't want to rest in peace.
Quiet. Listen, a friend of mine was just about to die, and Dr. Lorre pulled him over the hump.
Which way?
Well, here it is. Peter Lorre Sanitarium, 1313 Gravesend Road.
What an address. Look at the sign on the gate. Deliver all bodies in the rear.
All right, now stop complaining. Look how quiet and peaceful it is out here.
That's the first robin I've heard this spring.
Oh, shut up.
Quite a part, wasn't it?
You know, Lou, this is the kind of a place I've always wanted to visit. Look at that green stuff clinging to the gate.
That green stuff clinging to the gate is me.
Now, don't be such a coward. Go ahead up to the door and knock.
Oh, so you think I'm a coward, huh? Okay, yeah, but I'll prove to you I'm a hero. I'll be brave. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll knock on the door. I'll go in there. But before I do, there's just one thing I want you to do for me.
What's that?
Talk me out of it.
Now, none of that. Go ahead. Knock on the door. Don't be afraid. Why, Peter Lorre may not even be at home.
He's home, all right.
How do you know?
I see a straitjacket hanging on the line.
Costello, once and for all, will you please knock on the door?
Okay. All right.
How do you do, gentlemen? Did you ring? No, I knocked. I thought I heard you whistle. Let me have your hat, please.
Don't you want the coat, too?
No, just the hat.
Just the hat. Who are you?
I'm a skull. I'm just going out for a walk.
Come on, Abbott, that's all. Let's get out of here!
quiet. Here comes Peter Lorre.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to my sanitarium. Now come, Mr. Costello. Let me take you over. Here, close to the fire.
Come on, no pushing, Lorre. Quit shoving. Hey, Abbott, help me now. Come on, help me out here.
Costello.
The guy's pushing me on fire.
No, nothing of the kind. What's the matter with you? Yes, I mean you no harm. It's cold out tonight. You must be killed. Chilled.
I heard you the first time, brother. Get what I'm calling brother.
Please do not excite yourself, Mr. Costello. All I want you to do is to take a pill.
I'm not taking no pill. I'm taking a powder. Now! Come on, Abbott. Wait a minute, Costello. If you want to cure your cold, you've got to listen to Dr. Lorre.
Abbott, I'm not sick. All I did was let out a a sneeze.
You see, you must not minimize your illness. Here, take this little blue pill.
I ain't taking no pill.
You heard the man. Take the blue pill.
Oh, you always went out. Okay. Oh,
good. Now take this red pill.
What's the red pill for?
Oh, that's in case the blue pill was poisoned.
Get away with those pills, Mr. Lorre, will you?
Just a minute. Be calm. Take it easy. Relax.
I don't want to relax. I want to jump. Come on, everybody. Get up. Let's dance. Come on. I'll leave me with this guy.
You see, Doctor? You see, Doctor?
Sounds like I'm alone.
You see, Doctor, I told you that Costello is in bad shape. What he really needs is some exercise.
Oh, splendid. Let's go out and play some golf.
Golf? At midnight?
Oh, yes. Oh, last night I played a fine game with my friend Frankenstein.
Now, there's a gruesome twosome.
Oh, it was a very interesting game. Frankenstein made a hole in one, so I buried him in it. You know, I play a very hot game.
Hot game? You probably play in the lower Hades. The lower Hades.
Oh, Doctor.
Excuse me, please. That's one of my patients.
Oh, Doctor. I just killed my keeper.
Yeah.
I just killed my keeper.
Well, but why did you kill him?
He killed me first. Hey, Abbott, now that guy wasn't kidding. Now, there's a body behind the couch.
Is he dead?
I can't tell. His head is missing.
Say, Costello, look. The body is getting up.
Abbott, he's coming towards me. Listen, mister. You're dead, ain't you?
Yes, I am dead.
Then why aren't you laying down?
If you must know, the floor is too cold.
That's the last straw. I'm getting out of here.
Now, stop worrying. There's nothing wrong with this place. What was that?
1 o'clock. Let's go.
Mr. Costello, I think you're running a temperature. I must call my assistant.
Who's your assistant, Dracula?
Oh, no. I'm mad at him. I caught him stealing from my blood bank.
Dr. Lorre, the operating table's all ready.
What? What operating table? You ain't operating on me. I'm not hungry.
You're not hungry?
You heard me. I don't want any cold cuts.
Oh, I must insist, Mr. Costello. My diagnosis shows that the sneeze caused your cold, which caused poison to run through your system. This has affected your appendix, and your appendix must come out. Put him on the operating table, boys.
The first guy that touches me gets a fat lip.
Now, that's no way to talk. You must follow your doctor's advice if you ever expect to get well.
Okay, then. Lorre, I'll let you take out my appendix on one condition.
Good. What's the condition?
You gotta take it out from the back.
From the back? From the back?
That's right.
But why?
Because I got a battleship tattooed on my stomach. And he is liable to sink it.
Oh, get out of here.
And now, here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Peter Lorre, it certainly was nice to have you with us tonight.
Yes, I certainly...
That's not your line, please.
Excuse me.
Oh, thank you, Bud. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Costello. I hope you didn't mind coming to my sanitarium. You should come again sometime.
I will, on Visitor's Day.
Oh, another thing, Mr. Costello. You should take care of your cold. You see, flu flies, and in order to be free from flu, you must flee when flu flies.
Say it again, Lorre.
All right, I will.
I mean without the script.
Oh, get out of here. Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mom.
again next week for another great Abbott Costello show with a great Gildersleeve. This is Ken Niles saying good night from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is wall. W-A-L-L.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Who? Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
We asked for married couples to volunteer tonight, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, we selected Mr. and Mrs. Melvin Cole. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mr. and Mrs. Melvin Cole, eh? And what is your hometown, Mrs. Cole?
Chicago, the north side.
Oh, the north. In that case, I'll take the north side. Much more scenic than the south side. You two don't seem very large. How tall are you, Melvin?
Well, sometimes I'm 5'3", and sometimes I'm 5'5". When I went in the Army, I was 5'3".
You mean you shrunk purposely? Huh? And what is your first name, Mrs. Cole? I can't keep calling you Mrs. Cole. Huh?
Well, you can call me Ann, but my real name is Anniversary.
Yeah, well, when is your anniversary?
Well, I was called that because I was born on my parents' 4th wedding anniversary.
Oh, I see. Do you ever call yourself the Sari? I mean, always stick with the Anna? How tall are you?
Yeah. I'm 4'10" and a half, without heels.
Mm-hmm. Are you referring to Melvin when you say that? What sort of work do you do, Melvin?
We're closet decorators, Mr. Marx.
I beg your what's that?
Closet decorators.
You work for Fibber, McGee, and Molly?
No, but they probably need us.
You're in closets. Well, we probably met before, haven't we? Just what do you mean you're in the closet business? I never heard of a closet business.
Well, we do everything for the closets that an interior decorator does for the rest of the house. We do...
That's pretty underhanded, isn't it? Huh?
Well, it's an inside job.
Is that one of the jokes of the profession?
No, after we take the skeletons out, that's what's left.
You take Red Skelton out of the closet and put Fibber McGee in, eh?
We've never met him in the closet yet.
Well, what do you do while Melvin is rattling around the closet saying, what do you do?
I'm in the closet business with him.
Well, you two must hang around a lot together, eh? Well, you're the prettiest closet maker I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Well, you're a nice couple, and if you come to my house, Mr. and Mrs. Cole, I'll be glad to throw you in the furnace. And if you don't like that, Mrs. Cole, I'll be glad to carry you to Newcastle. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. But first, I'd like you to pay close attention to something instructive.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer invites you to take the 5-mile trial in a new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or a DeSoto Power Master 6. He wants you to get behind the wheel yourself so you can appreciate the difference in DeSoto. For example, in the Fire Dome 8, the exhilarating feel of power as you touch your toe to the accelerator and call on the mighty new 160-horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine. Driving up steep hills and through stop-and-go city traffic, you'll discover the tremendous acceleration and reserve power of this mighty DeSoto V8 engine that gives you more power from every drop of gas and on regular gasoline. The new DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine is years ahead of every other type of passenger car engine built today. So here's your chance to try the sensational new DeSoto full power steering, power brakes, and all the other great new DeSoto features. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow for a 5-mile trial in a new DeSoto, either the Fire Dome 8 or the Power Master 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bill you $20. From our list of 20 categories, you selected number 10, creators of famous movie roles. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
20.
Talk up, kids.
Let's bet $20.
$20. Okay. Who created the role of Frankenstein's monster?
Boris Karloff.
Boris Karloff is right.
Off to a good start. You have $40.
Remember, you're going for $1,500. Now, how much of the $40 are you going to try this time?
Shoot the works.
40.
Who created the part of Lynn Belvedere?
Clifton Webb.
Clifton Webb is right.
Really climbing. You have $80 now.
Here's your third question. How much of the 80?
80.
80. Who created the role of Pa Keppel?
Percy Kilbride.
Right.
You now have $160.
You certainly picked a category that you knew. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it.
Oh, this kid's a gambler, huh? Who created the kindly Dr. Christian?
Gene Herschel.
Gene Herschel is right.
And you wind up right up at the top with $320.
$320. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We asked for housewives with interesting occupations to volunteer tonight, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, Mrs. Ruth King and Mrs. Sylvia Treichler were chosen. And here they are. Ladies, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Ruth King and Mrs. Sylvia Treichler. Treichler or Treichler? Treichler. Who is Sylvia?
That's me.
Thanks. I've been asking who is Sylvia for 40 years. And at last tonight I've found you. Hot diggity. Mrs. Ruth King. Ruth, where are you from?
I'm from Alabama.
Have you got a banjo on your knee? Or... What have you got on your knee? Anything?
Water.
Water, huh? They're all too smart for me tonight. May I ask your age, Ruth? I know that's a kind of an impudent question, but we do that here.
Yes. Yes.
I can ask you, huh? But you won't answer, is that it? Well, that's your privilege. You don't have to. How old are you, Sylvia?
27.
27. Let's say you're 27, too.
I'm fine.
Where do you live, Sylvia?
Out in the valley, Sherman Oaks.
Oh, Sherman Oaks. Were you born in Sherman Oaks?
No, in Zurich, Switzerland.
Oh, well, is that near Sherman Oaks? And Mrs. King, do you do anything besides housekeeping?
Well, in my spare moments, I'm writing my autobiography.
Oh, really? Who's this autobiography about? Isn't it unusual for a housewife to write a book like that?
Well, I haven't always been a housewife. When I was much younger, I did some flying.
You did some frying?
Flying.
Oh, flying. I don't hear very well. You'll have to... The glasses... Bifocals. You don't hear well with bifocals. You say you did some flying?
Yes.
Where did you fly? I mean, what kind of flying have you done?
Well, I was the first girl to attempt to fly across the Atlantic Ocean.
Wait a minute. Well, that was Ruth Elder that flew across the ocean. That's you? Well, it's a great pleasure to have you here, Ruth.
Thank you.
You were big headlines back there in, when was it, around?
In 1927.
27. I remember you very well.
Thank you.
I didn't remember Columbus. Whatever made you decide to fly the Atlantic?
Well, on the day that Lindbergh made his landing in Paris, I was in the beauty contest, and word was flashed to us that Lindbergh has made his landing. And I decided right then that someday some girl would make that flight, and I decided that I would be the one to do it.
Oh, you had a lot of nerve, didn't you? Huh? How much later was this after you made this decision? Huh?
5 months later. 5 months later, I was flying across the Atlantic Ocean.
Uh-huh. And not in a bathing suit, huh?
No.
How long did it take you to fly across the Atlantic?
We were in the air for 35 hours. We had 3 hours to go, but we were forced down at sea.
Well, how long had you been flying when you decided to try the Atlantic?
Oh, I'd never been up in an airplane.
You'd never been up before,
No.
huh? How long were you in the water before you were rescued?
Just about an hour.
Is that how you got water underneath? Right. You'd never flown, and you decide to fly across the ocean, huh? I suppose if you decide to learn piano, you'd hire Carnegie Hall for your first recital. After you started your trip, how did it go, Ruth?
It went very well. The first night, as far as weather was concerned, the weather was...
Were you scared?
Oh, yes.
Huh? You were.
Yes.
Well, you're honest about it, anyhow. Most people lie about those things, you know.
Oh, I was scared. But the flying was very difficult because we had 10 cans of gasoline packed in the tail surface of the plane, which made the plane very tail heavy. Mm. And, of course, you know, we didn't have the planes of those days as we have today.
No, of course not.
So the first night was wonderful. The second day was all right, except the flying was still difficult. Holding the plane on an even keel was difficult. And then in the afternoon, we ran into a terrific storm. And we battled the storm all night long. And
couldn't fly above it?
We couldn't get above it, we couldn't get under it, and we couldn't get around it. And it was sleeting and lightning and rain. The rain was a perfect wall of water on the windshield.
Wall! You said wall! You said wall, that's the secret word, so here's $50 for you, and here's $50 for you. Now you can get your knee fixed, Ruth. You get yourself a pump for $50 and pump that knee, eh? Well, you were getting close to the other side, eh? There was this perfect wall of water. You're pretty cute at that.
Well, during the storm and the plane being thrown around the way it was, our oil line broke. And we began to lose altitude, and we knew that we were going down at sea. And, of course, every white cap in the distance to me was a boat, because I was looking so hard for one. And finally, we did sight. When we were about 600 feet off the water, we sighted this little oil tanker.
You certainly were lucky.
We were very lucky. It was the only ship within 300 miles radius, and it had left its port 3 days late, and was also off its course because of the same storm we had been fighting.
And then you proceeded to France?
Well, eventually, yes. It took us a long time to get there because the little tanker was on its way to Texas, and we didn't want to go to Texas, but they did take us to the
They were carrying oil to Texas? Things have slightly changed in the last 25 years. Sylvia, do you remember Ruth Elder's famous flight?
No, I was just a baby at the time.
Sylvia, there's a boat leaving for Switzerland in the morning. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you both here. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. But first, I want to remind you to see the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. It's a great car. Are you ready? Now, you decide on one answer between you. I can't tell you much you have to win. George is going to remind our listeners. George is hiding outside in the doghouse.
The married couple won $320, and the secret word is wall.
Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected events and personalities of the Roaring Twenties. You ought to be good at this, Ruth. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Let's bet $19.99.
All right, fine with me.
Well, Ruth, you're flying the ocean again. All right. One of the greatest of all amateur golfers was the quiet perfectionist from Atlanta. What is his name?
Bobby Jones.
Bobby Jones is right.
On your way, you have $39.99.
Now, how much of the $39.99 you going to bet?
Let's bet $39.98, huh?
All right.
What do we got to lose?
$39.98. All right. The canaster of the 20s was a game played with ivory dominoes imported from China. What is the name of this Chinese game? Talk it over.
How does it look?
Mahjong. Mahjong is right.
You now have $79.97.
Mahjong. Isn't that, in French, isn't that Mr. Mahjong?
I don't know.
I don't know either. All right, you have $79.97. Now, how much are you going to bet on this?
96.
We got 79?
79.97.
Oh, sure. We'll save a penny.
Yeah.
Makes it $79.96 you're betting, right?
Yeah.
Here's the way they do it on some quiz shows. One of the most popular writers of the 20s was an author of the book Main Street and Babbitt. What was his name? You've got 15 seconds to decide on this. You wrote Main Street and Babbitt. What was his name?
Then Heck?
One answer between you. I'm sorry, the correct answer is Sinclair Lewis.
Oh.
You have 1 cent left.
You have 1 cent left.
Let's try higher now.
How much are you going to bet?
We better
How much can be?
All right, you're going to bet the whole thing. The first woman to swim in the English Channel was the 19-year-old butcher's daughter from New York. What was her name?
Trudy Adderley.
Gertrude Adderley is right. I'm sorry.
Gee, wait a minute.
Wait
Wound up with 2 cents, Groucho.
Nobody leaves here with 2 cents except me. Give you one question. Get this right, and we'll bring your winnings up to $25. So you're now going for $24.98. I guess I'm pretty good on that. Ready? In what city is the San Francisco Opera House? San Francisco is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Groucho, we invited some girls from a testing bureau to the show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss June Duran. Her partner is a baseball umpire, Mr. Jack Powell. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and win $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. A baseball umpire, eh? I'll get around to you in a minute. I'm saving you, old boy. Where are you from, June?
From Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, huh? How old are you, June?
31.
31. You don't look it. I thought you were about 23.
Thank you.
You're very well preserved. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Let's forget the whole thing, Mr. Powell, where are you from? Foul Ball, Texas?
No, Peoria, Illinois.
I knew he'd be from a town where there's a brewery. He's got a hops on his fast one, I'll bet. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Typical umpire, another wrong decision. This is fun, I like this. Are you British?
No.
Well, I read someplace that the sun never sets on the British Empire, and I just checking, that's all. June Duran, is that right?
That's right.
Where is it you work, June?
Well, I work at the California Test Bureau.
Testing Bureau?
That's right.
Well, what do you test?
Well, we test people.
Are you testy yourself?
Well, no, we test people for educational and vocational guidance, and we also test for aptitude testing.
What is that? What's an aptitude test?
Well, an aptitude test...
a very good aptitude. I had about 3 steaks for dinner tonight.
Well, an aptitude test is we'd give a type of a test we'd give you to see your strengths and your weaknesses and your potentialities, what type of work you should be doing, and your levels of interest.
My levels of interest? You won't get very far with me, June. My interests don't happen to be on the level. Well, let's go crooked. Let's get back to you again. Huh? How many umpires are there in a game of baseball?
Either 3 or 4.
That's more than many teams have ball players. Well, make up your mind. You're not behind the plate now. What do you mean, either 3 or 4?
Well, we have 14 umpires. And when all the teams are playing, there's only 4 places they can go.
You're wrong. There's 5 places they can go. All right, what are the other 3 places they can go?
Well, they rotate.
They do, huh? Well, they're dizzy enough to rotate. What do you mean they rotate?
Well, the first day the umpire will work behind the plate, the next day he'll work at third base, the next day at second base, and the next day at first base.
I see. Now, suppose a catcher is really angry at one of your crooked decisions.
Crooked decision?
Yeah.
What do you mean, crooked decision?
Well, one of the honest decisions. What can he do about it?
Well, he can protest as long as he protests in the right respect and manner.
Like
By
what?
not using any profanity or anything like that.
He's not allowed to use profanity?
No, sir.
He should be respectful at all times, is that it?
That's right.
You mean he should say, like, dear sir, isn't it possible? Your judgment may be a trifle faulty in this matter. You jake you. Suppose the player does protest in a gentlemanly manner. Do you accept the protest?
Absolutely.
What do you do about it?
Nothing.
You ever change your decision, you robber, you?
Robber? Where do you get that? Robber.
Here's the way DeRocha goes.
He don't get very far when he goes that way either, does he?
Well, he got Lorraine Day.
That's one break he got.
Have you ever admitted that you made a single mistake?
No, I haven't.
You mean to tell me in all your umpiring you've never made a single mistake, Jack?
I may have made them, but I never admitted them.
Just as I thought. Crooked as the day is long. And the days are pretty long these days. Why don't you admit them, Jack, like a man?
Well, I'll tell you, Groucho. I never made a mistake from my heart when I was umpiring a ball game.
What are the requirements for an umpire?
An umpire must have honesty, integrity, good eyesight, and plenty of intestinal fortitude.
Wouldn't it help if you knew a little about baseball? Well, I've kidded the umpire, but as an old blown-in-the-bottle baseball fan, I know umpires are necessary, honest, and help to make the game a great one. This is a lie, but I thought I'd better say it. Put it there, Jack. I've watched you for many years, and you're a great umpire.
Thanks, Doctor.
Let's play You Bet Your Life. $20 no more than the other couples. I can't tell you much after win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The married couple still lead with $320.
You selected songs about sports as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try? Talk it over. You have one decision between you.
Well, shall we get 1975?
Sure, 1975.
1975. Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry. The hunting we will go is right.
Now have $39.75.
Now you're going for $1,500. This is just chicken feed. How much of this money are you going to go for?
39. 39, okay.
$39 out of $39.75. What is the name of this song? Hamtown Races is right.
$78.75.
Here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
78.
78. Let's see if you can identify this song. Okay, Jerry. Talk it over.
I mean, the Skater's Waltz.
Skater's Waltz is right.
Now have $156.75.
This is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to go for?
All of it.
Sure works. All right, this is extra inning game. Play it, Jerry. Sailing. Pretty straight.
you wind up with $313.50. And that means the married couple with $320. In just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you did pretty well at that, George. Now, what are you going
$3,300 million. That's the staggering cost of 1 year's motor vehicle accidents. So reports the National Safety Council. And many of these accidents can be avoided. It depends on you. If your car isn't as safe as it can be, get a trustworthy safety checkup at the place that knows your car best, at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You'll find the expert mechanics at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers are experienced in all types of car repair. Not only that, they get frequent training in factory methods to keep them up on the latest and quickest methods of servicing your car. These master technicians have the finest, most up-to-date equipment to work with, enabling them to do a better job at a reasonable price. And incidentally, if your car should need parts, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer can supply you immediately with the right factory-approved parts. So don't take chances with your safety or your family's safety. Stop in for a thorough safety checkup where you see the familiar sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here's the winning couple, Groucho, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Well, here's your chance to get out of the closet permanently. Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. You ready? According to the Bible, Moses led the Israelites in their flight from bondage in Egypt to the Promised Land in Palestine. For $1,500, what is this great migration called? Talk it over. What's the answer you two have decided upon?
The flight out of Egypt into Lebanon.
No, I'm sorry. The correct answer is the Exodus. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
All the way, $320.
Well, that's only been done twice, I think, in the history of our show. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you, and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Council. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, The evening meal has been over only a little while as we join our friends in a small house halfway up in the next block now. And we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Cook and young Mr. Rush Cook enjoying a season of postprandial ease in the living room. Their serenity is short-lived, however, for Sade has just produced consternation. Listen.
You don't mean to tell me that you want me to be going over there hard. Well, it's 190 degrees in the shade, Sade. I'd melt into it. You were joking all the time, weren't you?
Not joking a bit.
You mean to tell me that you'd have me move forward?
Please. Person makes an innocent little remark and fellas jump out of their undershirts screaming like panthers.
Then you were joking.
No.
You're serious when you suggest going over in Donahue's basement and carrying out 2 tons of coal?
It's got to be done, hasn't it?
Mom, tonight the fat businessmen play handball down at the YMCA.
Well, you don't have to be there, though. I was cute. Before I mentioned the coal, I said, "What you going to do this evening, Vic?" Mr. Vic said, "Nothing." I said, "You got anything up your sleeve, Rush?" Mr. Rush said, "No."
A very, very ingenious trap.
Oh, what you say we don't bother going through a lot of talking stuff? What you say we slip into our overalls and take care of this little job?
Your mother calls moving 2 tons of coal a little job.
You don't have to move it all this evening.
You're too kind, Sadie. Your heart is bigger than a tub. But I can't let you get away with so much generosity. I'll not only move your 2 tons of coal this evening, but I'll also paint the house and shingle the roof.
Some fellas hate work like they hate a snake.
Most fellas hate the idea of lugging coal around on a stifling hot day.
It's not stifling hot now. The cool of the evening set in. Why, I bet if you glance at the thermometer, you'll know... Rush, don't strain yourself fidgeting around. You're not going anyplace.
Fat businessmen are playing handball down at the YM.
Fat businessmen down at the YM never entered your noodle till I mentioned coal.
Fat businessmen down at the
Don't
YM.
fetch you and your father's overalls.
Kiddo, but let us leaven our good impulses with common sense. Before we plunge into some rash course of action, let us consider and reflect. Now, you know
Skipper.
yourself that...
Overalls?
Yes.
Cellar weight?
Yes.
Fat businessmen down at the
Wait,
YM.
Rush.
What do you mean, wait, Rush? I told him to do something. Scoot, Rush.
Fat businessmen down at the YM are playing handball and...
Wait, Rush. After the mama's given the child a definite order.
Getting back to the subject of Donahue's and their 2 tons of half-wit coal, may I humbly venture the opinion that summertime is no
Let
time to
me
be
venture an opinion once. They moved away from Virginia Avenue, leaving that lovely pile of coal they couldn't take with them. They said they'd make us a gift of it. Coal is expensive, and here's a monstrous, big, beautiful heap of it we can have for nothing. Shall we let it go?
I'm sure you'll agree with me when I say we're hardly dying for coal in the middle of summer. We've got a long time to wait before the wintry blasts force us to huddle near the furnace and blow our breath on our blue fingers.
You'd wait till next December, huh?
I'd certainly wait till dog days are over. I'd certainly wait
Dick,
until...
don't you appreciate why we ought to get that coal in our cellar as quick as we can?
No.
2 good, solid reasons.
Mutton Jeff, I suppose. Oh, heck, kiddo, let's
2
forget...
good, solid reasons.
What are they?
One is Mr. Erickson may rent his house any minute. If a new family moved in next door and took possession, what could we do? I bet you hadn't thought of that, had you?
No, but I'd
true, isn't it? Could we go over next door in some strange family's basement and start carrying away coal? We could not. Why, the chief of police would be here on his motorcycle so fast it'd make your head swim. And besides
My overalls
that...
are all wrinkled.
What?
My overalls are all wrinkled.
Oh, how horrible. Now you won't be able to do a lick of work. Person certainly can't accomplish anything with wrinkled overalls. Put them on. And let's not have any more nonsense. Give your father his.
I don't want mine.
Oh, yes, you do. You'd be black as a 9 of diamonds in 6 seconds if you tried carrying basket loads of coal across the yard wearing a good...
Basket loads of coal?
Sure.
You propose transporting 2 tons of coal by means of rotten little measly baskets?
I don't know as they're so rotten or measly either. Them market baskets down cellar are substantial and hold a good deal.
Why don't we use teaspoons?
Be slipping them on, Rush.
Or here, I got a cavity in my tooth. I'll use that to haul coal in. If disgusting little vulgar market baskets are good enough to haul...
What would you use? a team of horses, and a wagon. The coal has to be carried from Donahue's basement to our basement. Distance of about 15 feet.
Surely you listen to a reasonable...
Rush, get into them overalls. I'm not going to tell you again.
The handmen playing fat ball down at the YM are about
Oh,
this
the
time.
handmen playing fat ball down to YM.
I mean the fat men playing handball. Fat men playing handball down at the
Get in
YM.
them
are-
overalls. You too, Vic. Actually, now, don't you think it's a little ridiculous to waste all this time? You got no plans for this evening. All you do'd be go sit out in the porch swing. Couple of hours of good wholesome exercise would do you good.
Getting dark. Can't work in the dark.
Drowning man grabbing for straws.
What?
Nothing. You won't have to work in the dark. Soon as it gets dark, you can quit.
You said there was 2 reasons why it was necessary to hurry up and break my back after a hot, miserable day, lugging coal around like a slob of a half-wit hippopotamus.
Yeah, 2 reasons. One of them is Mr. Erickson might get his house rented any minute. Might get it lit tomorrow. If that happened, we'd be out our lovely 2 tons of coal.
What's the other reason?
The other reason is I'm pretty sure Mr. Erickson is helping himself to that coal himself.
Yeah?
Yes. I'm pretty sure there's not a day goes by but what he don't stop by and get a few chunks and carry 'em off home in that big satchel of his.
Rather far-fetched, don't you think?
It's Miss Donna who suspects him. She told me yesterday the pile had dwindled something fierce. And don't that sound like him? Why, if he's coming every day and helping himself to a chunk of coal and sneaking it away in his satchel, it won't be very long.
Telephone is ringing.
See who it is, Rush.
Probably Bluetooth Johnson.
Well, if it is, don't get in any long, drawn-out conversations.
He probably wants me to go down to YM and watch the fat men play handball.
Handmen play fat ball.
When I said handmen play fat ball, I naturally was confused with fat men.
Play handball, yeah. Answer the phone before the party hangs up.
Oh? Hello, Miss Denbottom. Just fine, thanks.
500?
Yes.
Sure.
Miss Denbottom, ma'am.
Tell him to come right over.
Well, if you people plan to indulge in cards, why can't I proceed on down to YM and witness
The
the...
handmen play fat ball. Get out of the way.
Tell him to come right on over.
Be putting on your overalls. Hello there, 3rd Lieutenant Stanley. No, finished supper ages ago. Just sitting here with our teeth in our mouth. Uh-huh. Why, say, that sounds fine. Sure, the big muckety-muck says wonderful.
Tell him to come right over.
Why don't you do that? We'll be here. Oh, sure. All right, we'll be looking for you, lady. You bet. All right, Ruthie. Goodbye.
You coming right over?
Oh, coming right over. It's not 6:30 yet.
When are they coming?
When they usually come, around 7:45 or kind of halfway in around through there.
Call back and say we'd like to get an early start. Say Victor wants to get up early in the morning, and if it's all the same to them...
Now listen, you boys are going to move that coal.
Oh, Mom,
you say
no
that
hard.
you still insist
And there's
on
nothing
carrying coal over
about
with
it. Mr. Erickson might get his house rented any second, and we'd be out our lovely heap of coal.
Will
Why
you
must
please
it be
tell
the night
me
when
how
the
I'm
fat
going
men
to
are
be
playing
lugging
handball?
coal and
Say,
still carrying
at least
5
100
Willis,
Go down cellar and get the market baskets, and then skip on over to Donahue's. Put on your overalls, Rush. Put on your overalls, Vic. And then run along. I'm a lady with lots of responsibility. I've got 2 little boys to look after and watch over. 2 little tiny helpless boys.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Duffy's Tavern where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hold on, Duffy. Well, I'm busy painting a Christmas Eve sign. It says, Jumbo Monstrous Christmas Party at Duffy's Tavern. Dancing, entertainment, favors for ladies, 8-course dinner, Charles Coburn as Santa Claus, price per couple $1. Huh? Well, I know the price is silly, but it's Christmas Eve, so let's clip him a little bit. Yeah, that's right, Duffy. Charles Coburn, the big, portly gentleman with the sharp tongue, you know, sort of a bloated Clifton Webb. Yeah, very distinguished and aristocratic looking, and guess what he wears? Well, what does a gentleman look through with only one eye? No, not a keyhole. Coburn wears a monocle, you know. It's just like them Englishmen, only instead of a lift, it helps him keep a stiff upper eye. Why'd I ask him to come down? Well, you know, for the Christmas party, we're going to need somebody to play Santa Claus. And, you know, things is a little slow in Hollywood, so I figure for a few bucks and a free meal, he'll jump at the chance. Yeah. Okay, I'll call you back, Duffy. Now, Eddie, leave us make the joint real nice and Christmassy, huh? All red and green.
Well, I already started.
How?
I rearranged the free lunch.
Oh, good. What did you use for red?
Tomatoes.
Uh-huh. What'd you use for the green?
The liverwurst.
That's such a deep green. How come you didn't use the lettuce?
Well, that's purple. I'm saving that for Easter.
Well, when you get finished, I think I have another cute little Yuletide touch, Eddie. You know them reminders we send to our delinquent accounts, the ones where we say, pay off in 10 days, you swindling skunk, or we'll throw you in the clink?
Yeah.
Get this. With each letter, I'm enclosing a sprig of holly. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, Eddie, hand me a cake of soap, huh?
Soap?
Yeah, soap.
You got a new girl?
No.
Well, then what do you want with soap?
Well, I want to write a poem on the mirror. You know, me annual Christmas poem.
Oh, you got a new one.
Yep, and this one is terrific, Eddie. You know, in the past, I have always used iambic pentameter. But this year, I felt more in a trochee mood. And it came out much better.
What's a trochee?
You use more colons. Would you like to hear the poem, Eddie?
Have I got any choice?
No.
Yes.
Okay, listen. Merry Christmas to yous all. Be of right cheer and joyous. Leave us Yule a log on the fire, and leave not naught annoy us. Come lift your beakers and quaff us a skull. Chris Kringle's abroad in the snow. I quaff, lads, and laugh, lads. Ha ha, hee hee, ho ho. Well, Eddie, what do you think of it?
Ha ha, hee hee, ho ho.
In other words?
In other words, it'll go beautifully with that cracked mirror.
Eddie, give me that soap, and while I'm writing the poem, I want you to hang up them wreaths here.
Where'll I hang them?
Well, leave one dangle over each table.
Well, that'll save time.
What do you mean?
After the customer's finished eating, we can lay the wreath right on his chest.
Eddie, don't be such a ghoul, will you?
Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy?
I have a message from Papa.
Huh?
He says that on Christmas we don't do much business here anyway.
Yeah?
So you and Eddie can take Christmas Day off.
Gee, that's nice.
And he says that on account of it's Christmas,
Yeah?
he'll only dock you for half a day.
Miss Duffy, is it true that your father is learning to walk on his hands so he can save the cost of shoe leather? What a cheap crumb.
Archie, you just don't understand Papa. He really has a very lovable character. It's just that he's so nasty, nobody notices it.
And what are you getting this lovable character for Christmas?
Oh, I don't know. I was thinking of getting something that Papa and Mama could both use. Something practical.
How about a set of boxing gloves?
Don't be ridiculous. Mama and Papa happen to be very much in love.
How do you figure that?
They've got to be in love. How else could they stand each other? By the way, Archie, where do you think is the best place for me to hang these mistletoes?
Mistletoes? How many you got there? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Duffy, why are you hanging 7 mistletoes?
Out of respect to our guest tonight.
Charlie Coburn?
Yeah. I figure he isn't as young as he used to be. So wherever I'm standing, he won't have to run too far to get to me.
Duffy, I'm afraid you're making the wish the grandfather to the door.
Oh, no, I'm not. The last time he was down here, I noticed a very warm look in his eye.
Are you kidding? He ain't had a warm look in his eye for 40 years. The last time he did have one, it steamed up his monocle so he couldn't see what he was getting hot about anyway. And how come you're making passes at Coburn? What about that boyfriend of yours, that Rodney Haybinder?
Oh, him.
What's the trouble?
I just found out what he's getting me for Christmas. A $2 bottle of perfume. Did you ever hear of anything so cheap?
Just a minute. $2 for perfume might not be cheap. All depends. Is it a quarter or a fifth?
Archie, everybody knows that perfume doesn't come in quarts or fifths. This is a pint.
$2 a pint, it ought to be at least 80 proof. What did you expect?
Well, I thought he'd at least get me a fur coat or maybe an alligator bag.
Alligator bag? What would you do with it? You ain't got an alligator. Well, thank goodness I ain't got no problems about Christmas. I'm giving all my dames the same present.
What?
A nice practical gift, and yet very attractive.
What is it?
My picture. I was going past this snapshot parlor the other day, and I had 6 lovely portraits made. Here, take a look.
Seems a shame to waste these pictures on Christmas. They're such a natural for Halloween.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan. Well, it looks like it's Christmas again, huh?
It is?
Yeah.
Seems like only last year. Hey, Arch, guess who's here with me tonight?
Oh.
Me brother Wilfred.
Wilfred? Is that the tall, fat, ugly one?
No, that's the mother. Wilfred's Richard's brother. You know, the black sheep of the family.
The black sheep?
Yeah, the one with the brains.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the one with the high Q.
The what?
The high Q. It's the way they measure brains. In other words, high Q is a scientific nickname for a genius. You know, liberally translated, it means intelligent quadruped.
Yeah, huh? What a bum break. No, the rest of our family are just average, normal people like me. And poor Wilfred has to be a genius.
Well, you got to take the bitter with the sweet, Finnegan. When did you first find out about it?
Well, the first time we realized he was abnormal was when we seen him reading the newspaper without moving his lips.
Well, leave us hope for the best. Maybe the kid will just turn out to be a ventriloquist. Hello? Oh, Duffy. Huh? You just sent me a package, but I shouldn't open till Christmas? It's a present? Wait a minute. Are you sure this is Duffy? Oh, Duffy, I'm positively whelmed over. Thanks a lot. By the way, I'm putting my present in the mail for you today, too. Yeah, it's nice to know that we feel this way about each other at Christmas time. You know, that one back washes the other. Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Duffy. Let me see. Eddie, what can I get Duffy for Christmas? Wait. Europa. I got it. I'll send him one of me portraits.
I didn't think you hated him that much.
Oh, let's see. I think I'll autograph me portrait by saying something nice to Duffy. Let's see. To my lovable employer, Duffy, in fond appreciation of all I have done for you. Signed, Archie. Wonder what he's giving me, Eddie.
What do you guess?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe some silk shirts, nice striped bathrobe, polo outfit. No, he knows I don't play polo.
And that would also eliminate the bathrobe.
Eddie, one does not play polo in a bathrobe.
Hey, Art.
Yeah, Finnegan.
Here's me brother Wilfred. Do you remember him?
Oh, yeah. Well, how are you, little Wilfred? My, you certainly have been growing.
Doesn't that strike you as an entirely normal procedure?
That's how it goes. Tell me, how's things in school, Wilfred? Are your teachers learning you much stuff?
Archie, they're not learning me. They're teaching me.
Well, that's what they're after. Well, you're certainly looking fine, Wilfred. Very manly. Are you eating good?
Yes, I receive sufficient nourishment, thank you.
That's fine. Well, you got to eat good if you want to grow up to be a strong man like your Uncle Archie. You know how I got this physique of mine?
Malnutrition?
Yes, sir, and plenty of it. Yeah, always eat lots of bread, potatoes, pancakes.
Well, I'm on a diet that prohibits carbohydrates.
Carbo what rates?
Carbohydrates.
Oh, them. Yeah, tell me, what's them things again?
Starches, of course.
Oh, yeah, it was right on the tip of my tongue. Yeah. What about them?
My position doesn't permit me to have starches.
Well, that's right, Wilfred. Starches ain't good for you. They make your stomach stiff. Tell you what, why don't you go over and nibble yourself some of the free lunch, huh?
The free lunch?
Yeah.
Very well. Morituri te salutamus.
What does that mean?
We who are about to die salute you.
A wisecracking dead language, it's you. Finnegan.
Yeah, Rod.
Finnegan, get this Greek Milton Boyle away from me before I knock his block off. Moratorium salami Thomas.
Comitati, ain't that Charles Coburn coming in?
Oh, yeah, that's Charlie. And look at him, Eddie. What a perfect Santa Claus he'll make, huh? That ruddy complexion, that roly-poly figure, that plump bay window. The perfect Santa Claus, except for one thing.
For what?
That sack in the back is a little too low slung. Well, greetings, Mr. Coburn. Coburn, it's a distinct privilege to humble your gracious presence to the inner confines of this immortal sanctum. And...
shut up.
Well.
Where's Duffy?
He's home.
He's smart.
This guy's gonna make a lovable Santa Claus. Mr. Coburn, you're acting kind of strange. Ain't you glad to be here at the tavern?
Well, yes, I am.
Thank you.
At my age, I'm glad to be anywhere.
What do you mean, your age? You ain't changed a bit since I last seen you.
Well, you don't look so hot yourself.
Laugh a minute, Charlie, they come. Well, nevertheless, we're glad to see you on this return visit.
Return visit?
Yeah, you've been here before.
Impossible. One doesn't do this sort of thing twice.
Charlie, you was here about 2 years ago.
Amazing. I've been telling my psychiatrist it was only a dream.
So what? At your age, dreams is a lot more fun, ain't they?
What?
Sorry, no intent offended. Really very sorry.
How about introducing me?
Introduce yourself.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Coburn.
Sir?
I am Miss Duffy.
You have my deepest sympathy.
Likewise, I'm sure. You know something?
What?
You're handsome.
You know something?
What?
You're nearsighted.
Mr. Coburn, you think you could be happy with a girl like me on your lap?
Are you kidding? The guy'd be happy if he just had a lap.
Archie, you stay out of this. Oh, Mr. Coburn.
What is it?
Look where I'm standing. Right under the mistletoe.
So what?
Well, are you going to kiss me?
Tell you what. You hang from the ceiling and I'll kiss the mistletoe.
Incidentally, Charlie, come on over and take a look at our mistletoe. I'll hold off Miss Duffy with a salad fork.
Very well.
Good.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle all this. Hey, look who's under the mistletoe.
Finnegan, you just kissed Charlie Coburn, and without an introduction.
Sorry, Arch, I guess I've gone Hollywood.
Charlie, maybe you should have settled for Miss Duffy.
Well, yes, at least she didn't have a cigar in her mouth.
That can be arranged.
Get out of here, the both of you. Imagine kissing Charlie Coburn.
Yeah, I guess I'll hate myself in the morning. Well, Archie, don't think this hasn't been peculiar, but...
Look, Charlie, don't go yet. Tell me, what are you doing Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve?
Yeah.
Well, we have an old custom in our family, Archie. I always take Grandma to the fights.
Very sweet, but this time, why don't you let the dame go stag? Now, here's what I had in mind. We need a Santa Claus for our Christmas party, and I was thinking we got some whiskers for you that, maybe...
No, wait a minute. Me spend my Christmas in this rodance rotisserie?
Rodance rotisserie? You won't do it, huh?
Absolutely not.
You won't, huh? Oh, Miss Duffy, Finnegan, mistletoe time.
Oh, good. Don't move, Mr. Coburn.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle bells. Not that again.
Okay, then. Look, Charlie, you're dead. The joint is loaded with mistletoe, and you ain't got a chance unless I protect you. So what do you say? Will you or will you not be Santa Claus?
Ho, ho, ho. On, dancer, on, prancer, on, dunder,
Charlie, believe me, you'll love playing Santa Claus Christmas Eve. Giving out toys to all them little kids. Don't forget, you was a kid once yourself, wasn't you?
There's no record of it.
Well, they probably didn't keep records in them days. Come on, Charlie. You'll feel better just as soon as you talk to one of these kids and see what it's like. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Finnegan, is your kid brother Wilfred still here?
Yeah, he's right here, Arch.
Good. Hey, Wilfred, come here. I'd like you to meet Santa Claus.
Well, not the Santa Claus.
That's right, young man. Ho, ho, ho. Well, son, I'll be coming down the chimney Christmas Eve, down your chimney.
Thank you very much, but we have an oil burner.
Wilfred, look, don't you believe in Santa Claus?
Santa Claus is an ancient superstition and a throwback to pagan mythology.
Does that mean he does or he don't believe it?
Enough of this nonsense. Mr. Claus.
Yes?
I understand you live up the North Pole.
Do I? Oh, I mean, well, yes, of course I do.
I also understand that the average temperature of the North Pole is estimated at 70 to 90 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit.
Well, it does get a bit nippy. But then again, a fellow can always grab off a snort of...
Santa Claus! Wilford, Santa only drinks soft drinks, of course.
Yes, although on occasion I will take a jigger of snow with an olive in it.
So, be sure that you're a good boy now, Wilford, because on Christmas Eve, Santa calls on every good boy and girl.
How does he know where they live?
I thought that question had popped up. Santa Claus keeps their numbers in a little red book. Don't you, Santa?
Yes, sir. Yes, sirree. And some mighty fine numbers in that little red book.
There's some mighty fine numbers. Yes, sirree.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Preposterous.
Wilford, you mean you don't believe in Santa Claus?
Archie, please. It's an amusing legend, but this road company Edwin Gwynn plays him so badly.
Now, you little grumpy, you...
Oh, please, Santa Claus, please go with a little boy's throat.
Then get me out of here.
Oh, look, Charlie, I'm sorry it turned out like this, but you can't let us down. You promised you'd be here on Christmas Eve.
Don't worry, Archie. I'll be here on Christmas Eve.
Playing
Santa Claus? Yes, playing Santa Claus. With a nice big bag over my back. And you know what I hope to have in that bag?
What?
Wilfred.
What you did? Now look, you lousy little genius.
Now, Archie, please, you don't actually expect an educated man of 10 to believe in Santa Claus.
Don't I? Look, Wilfred, maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat, reindeers and something jumping down chimneys. Okay, but there is something that a kid like you should get wise to. Something that kind of makes people do wonderful things for each other at Christmas time. And I like to call it Santa Claus. It's something inside of all of us, kid, that if we're right guys, will turn each one of us into a Santa Claus. Where every guy is loving his fellow guy and working with him to bring good in the world and maybe peace. And, kid, don't tell me there ain't no that kind of a Santa Claus.
That's telling them, Mr. Archie, and... Say,
huh?
This package just came for you.
Let me look. Hey, Wilfred, come here. Look at this. It's me present from Duffy. Now, Wilfred, here's what I was talking about. This package says, don't open until Christmas. But I want to teach you a lesson, so I'm going to open it. Now, you see, here's a guy named Duffy. He's mean, and he's stingy, and he's cheap. And yet, at Christmas time, he changes. And he gives me this picture of himself. Autographed to my dear employee, Archie. Where was it? Oh, so you see, Wilford, maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat jumping down chimneys. But I believe that...
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo. Yes, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff, leaves hair radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. Chester A. Riley is a good husband and a loving father. But there are some who think he should have been born 100 years ago, judging by his stern Victorian attitude toward his 17-year-old daughter, Babs. Right now we find Babs tangling with her father on the subject of boyfriend.
But, Daddy, why must you take that attitude? I'm not serious about Simon Vanderhopper. He's just a friend. So what harm is there if he visits my home?
I'll tell you what harm it is. That Simon is a boy who... He's a boy who...
Well, what?
He's a boy, that's enough. Besides, he's a lazy loafer. He'll never amount to anything.
But, Daddy, Simon's only 22.
22. Do you realize that when I was 22, your mother was supporting me and a baby? That is, I was supporting your mother. This Simon's a lazy good-for-nothing.
Well, he is not. He's in business for himself. He sells bubble gum.
Yeah, some business. A mouth-to-mouth salesman.
Oh, Riley, I don't want to get into this battle, but you really ought to be fair, dear. Now, Simon seems like a nice boy, and he acts like a gentleman.
Mother's right. Simon's not like all the other boys. He never tries to kiss a girl.
On top of everything else, he's a dope, too. The main thing is I just don't like his face.
Well, every man can't be good-looking. You ought to know that.
Well, okay, so I'm one of the lucky ones. I mean, there's something that Simon's face... Well, it reminds me of a mean guy I used to work for back in Brooklyn. Skinflint Griffin, that was his name.
Griffin?
Yeah.
Oh, the man who ran that candy factory?
Yeah.
Well, what's he got to do with all this?
That Griffin hounded me every day I worked in that candy factory. 3 years I slaved for him. I was a chocolate milker.
So what?
I never told you why that Griffin fired me.
Daddy, what's all this to do with Simon?
Griffin framed me. He accused me of drilling holes in 5 pounds of chocolate cherries and sucking out the syrup with a straw.
Oh, forget it.
Then I tried to get a job in a licorice factory, but he called him up and blackballed me.
Oh, I still don't see why I can't invite Simon over to my home for a purely intellectual evening.
I told you, every time I look at Simon, I think of Griffin, and when I think of Griffin, I get mad at Simon. So don't you ever let me catch him in this house.
But jeepers, Daddy...
And that's final. I have made up my head.
Now, Simon, turn on that lamp and go home. I shouldn't have left you in the house in the first place. Now, please go.
Very well, Barbara. I'll put on a light. It's better to drink in your incredible beauty. But I don't want to go. I can't live without you. You're my everything.
Simon, what's that popping noise?
It's my bubble gum. It always does that when I'm excited.
Daddy will be here soon. Simon, you'll just have to go.
All day long, all I do is think about you. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I can't work. And I like to eat and sleep. Say you'll marry me, Barbara. I love you madly.
Simon, I don't know what to say. This is all so sudden.
That's the way I am. I look like a big, quiet lake, but I got a terrific undertow. Can't you see what I'm trying to say, Barbara? I love you madly.
I'm flattered, Simon, but I'm not in love with you. I just like you. But if my father catches you here,
What has he got against me?
Well, you see, Simon, it's your face.
My face? Well, but your father doesn't have to look at me. I know how we can make him happy. We can sit in the dark.
Simon, don't touch that lamp. You never acted this way before.
I can't help myself. Just being near you sets me on fire.
Simon?
Let me put it another way. I love you madly.
It's no use, Simon. My father's got an idea that you're, well, not successful enough.
Well, how can he say that? I'm ambitious. Only today I got a new sideline. I'm going to sell greeting cards.
Greeting cards?
You know, Easter greeting cards, also Christmas cards and New Year's, and wedding and birth announcements.
Well, is there much money in that, Simon?
Oh, I'll say there is. Would you like to be partners with me, Barbara?
Gee, I could use some extra money. Things are pretty tough for Daddy, and I hate always asking for stuff. All right, Simon, I'll do it.
Oh, that's wonderful. It'll be great. Us working together. Why, if you'll go around with me, you'll see I'm no ordinary kid. I mean business.
Well, we'll have to keep this a secret from my folks. They wouldn't like it.
Oh, we'll start selling cards tomorrow. Oh, I'm so happy I could pop.
Oh, I'd like to get you on a slow boat to Flatbush.
Father! Quick, Simon, hide.
No, hide. Where?
Hey, Junior, Fred.
There. No, here, behind the counter.
Oh, all right. It's awful tight back here.
Betsy, where? Oh, here you are, honey.
Oh, Daddy. Hello.
What's the matter, Babsy? Why are you acting so funny?
Funny? Me?
You alone?
Why do you ask that?
I don't know. Well, anyway, I'm glad you ain't mad at me because I won't let you see that simple Simon. Believe me, I know best.
Oh, Daddy, Simon's all right.
He might be okay, but I guess I'm just allergic to him. He reminds me of that mean boss I had. Then I get a tight feeling in my brain, like any minute something's going to snap. There, you see? Just talking about it happens. Wait a minute, that wasn't my brain that snapped. That sounded like bubble gum. Babs, are you chewing bubble gum?
Oh, come in the kitchen, Daddy. I'll make you a cup of coffee.
Wait a minute. Where there's bubble gum, there's that blowhard Simon. Where is he, Babs? Where is he?
Oh, here I am, Mr. Riley, behind the couch.
So, the minute my back is turned, you... Get out from behind there, you couch slouch.
Mr. Riley, if you'd only try to like me, I'm sure that you'd find that I...
Get out of this house.
Yes, sir. I'm going. Goodbye, Barbara. Please mail me my hat.
And stay out. I don't want my daughter going around with no 22-year-olds. And don't come back here till you're younger.
Hiya, Riley. That you on the porch?
Who's that? Oh, it's you, Gillis.
I was just out in the backyard to get these here logs for my fireplace.
What is that, eucalyptus logs? They don't burn nearly as good as oak.
Yeah, I know, but I ain't got no choice. All you got in your backyard is eucalyptus.
They're my logs? Well, you've got a nerve, Gillis, helping yourself to mine.
Relax, Riley. We're next-door neighbors, ain't we? You're going to begrudge me making a little fire with your wood? Do I begrudge you smelling my smoke?
Well, I'm sorry, Gillis. I guess I was hasty. I apologize.
Okay, but next time watch yourself. I don't like Budinskis. Which brings me to another point. You made a big mistake with your daughter and Simon.
Who says I made a big mistake?
I do. I heard the whole thing while I was sitting on your porch. I can see the headlines already. Irate father drives daughter's boyfriends away. Lonely daughter leaves home.
Go on. My Babs ain't leaving home on account of a boyfriend. She loves her home.
She wouldn't be the first. Poor homeless girls, defenseless, penniless, drifting lower and lower.
Gillis, stop it. I can't stand it.
If only their fathers hadn't been so cruel to them. I once knew a girl like that. Alone, friendless, desperate. She got so she didn't even want to go on living.
What happened to her?
She married me. But not every girl can be so lucky.
Wait a minute, Gillis. I let Babs have boyfriends. Only that Simon, well, he's not good enough for my sweet Babs.
Get smart, Riley. If you chase Simon away, that'll only drive the two of them closer together. Why don't you be diplomatic?
You mean hit him? No, he's too little.
I mean kill him off with kindness. Throw Babs and him together, all the time. If she sees too much of him, she'll get sick of him.
Yeah. Say, that's a great idea. I'll fix it so she'll see nothing but Simon, Simon, Simon. Before I get through, Babs will be Simonized.
And then Mother, Daddy actually threw Simon out of the house. I was never so humiliated in all my life.
Oh, that man. Why should he dislike Simon so? Sometimes I think you're
Hello, Babsy. Where is that sweet darling Simon? Now, don't tell me he's gone.
You know very well he's gone. You made him go.
I made him go? Now, what gave you that idea, Babs?
Oh, don't try to deny it, Riley. Babs told me what happened.
Your exact words were get out and stay out.
And that's why he left? Well, she's oversensitive. Babs, you got to have Simon over again some night. I love that boy like my own son.
Riley, just what are you up to this time? You love Simon? Since when?
Now, Peg, just because you don't like the boy, don't make me a party to it.
What?
I'm the type father who don't butt in, as Babs very well knows.
Well, I never.
Daddy, you mean Simon can actually come here in the future?
Who's talking about the future? We'll have him here tomorrow. What's the little angel's phone number? Here, have some more of this spinach, Simon, darling.
Well, okay, sir.
That's good for you, full of iron. I ate so much spinach when I was a boy that when I went out in the rain, I got rusty.
Daddy.
Gee, Mr. Riley, it was wonderful of you to invite me.
Well, that's the way I am, Simon. Wonderful. I want you to feel that this house is your home. Why, I may even give you a key.
Oh, gee, that's swell, Mr. Riley.
Mr. Riley isn't really serious about the key, Simon.
Oh, I guess that would be going a little too far. Why not just leave the front door open? Thanks, Barbara. And I thought your father didn't like me.
Daddy's hard to understand sometimes.
Not like you? Well, of course I like you, Simon. You're ambitious. You're starting small, but someday you'll be making your own chewing gum. And the name of Vanderhopper will be on the tip of everybody's tongue.
I hope so. But I was thinking of changing my name for business reasons. Vanderhopper is too long.
Well, I don't know. I like it. Don't you, Babs? Babs Riley Vanderhopper. Musical, huh?
Daddy.
Originally, our family name was much longer. It was Vander Griffin Hopper.
Well, yeah, that is a pretty long name, Vander Griffin. What was that name again?
Vander Griffin Hopper.
Daddy, please pass the bread.
Now, there were 3 brothers. My father changed it to Vander Hopper. Another brother calls himself Hopper. And the third brother calls himself Griffin.
Griffin?
Yes, sir. He's in the candy business in Brooklyn.
Candy business?
Simon, have you seen any movies lately? Let's go and see one now.
I'll bet he's a nice fellow, your Uncle Griffin.
Oh, why, you love him. He tells the funniest stories. You know, once he discovered all the chocolate cherries had holes drilled in them, and somebody had sucked out the syrup.
Let's go to the movies right now.
In the middle of dinner? I have no idea you were such a movie fan.
Wait! Go on, Simon. You were saying somebody sucked out the syrup. Did your uncle tell you who?
Yeah. There was some big baboon working for him.
Oh, dear. Now I broke a plate.
My uncle said this fella should have been named Opium. He was such a dope.
He did he? Simon, get out of this house.
Oh, Daddy, please.
Oh, Mr. Riley, did I say something?
Get out of this house.
Oh, but why, Mr. Riley? I thought you loved me.
The honeymoon is over.
Well, we'll bring you the second act of the life of Riley in a moment. And now, here she is, the glamour girl of 49.
I'm Tallulah, the tube of Frel, and I'll make your hair look swell. It'll shine, it'll glow so dandruff-free. For radiant hair, get a hold of me. Tallulah, the tube of Frel shampoo.
Yes, folks, Tallulah's right. Prell Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo leaves hair radiant the very first time you use it. More radiant than any soap shampoo. And Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it. For hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, try Prell the very next time you shampoo. Before we hear more about Riley's feud with Simon, this is Ken Niles with a word about a wonderfully funny motion picture. Yes, The Life of Riley is finally coming to the screen as a Universal International picture. You'll get a lot of pleasure in seeing all your favorite Life of Riley characters in this hilarious movie, starring Riley himself, William Bendix. Now, Prell Shampoo brings you the second act of The Life of Riley. An hour after Riley threw Simon out, Babs slipped quietly out the back door carrying a suitcase. Simon was waiting, breathless with excitement. Together, they rushed off in the darkness.
Where? Nobody knows.
Oh, Simon, I'm sorry you taught me into this. If Daddy finds out, he'll be furious.
I don't care. I'm willing to take my chances, 'cause I love you.
Not so loud, someone will hear you.
Let the whole world hear me. I'll shout it at the top of my voice. I love you madly.
How much farther is it?
Here we are now. See the sign? Henry Stefanati, Justice of the Peace. Come on, Barbara.
Do you think he'll do it?
Sure, he's going to make money out of it. Good evening, Judge. My name is Simon...
Well. A handsome young man, a blushing young girl, little suitcase. I know what that means.
Oh, no, you don't understand. We don't want to get married.
You don't? Oh, but I thought when I saw the suitcase...
Oh, that's full of samples of our greeting cards and wedding announcements. We're selling them. Here's my peddler's license.
Oh, I see. Well, why do you come to me?
Well, we thought since you marry a lot of couples...
And they'll want to tell their friends about it, so we thought maybe you'd like to be our agent and take orders on commission.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm always willing to make an extra buck. That is, I mean to help young people out. Let's step into the parlor.
Oh, but you're so unreasonable, Riley. You can't throw a boy out of the house just like that. Just because you don't think he's good enough for your daughter.
Why not? Didn't your father used to throw me out of the house just like that? Your father said I wasn't good enough for you.
But in the end, I married you anyway, so what does that prove?
It proves that sometimes a father can be right. Not your father. I mean, I don't want to discuss it.
But, Riley... Oh, now, who can that be? Oh, good evening. Come in. It's got me for you, dear.
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Well, sit down, Digger. You look tired. Did you have a hard day?
Oh, yes. I covered a lot of ground. I'm thinking of taking in a partner. The load is getting too heavy for one man to carry.
Well, you should try and relax during work, Digger. Take a few minutes off and stretch out somewhere.
I don't dare. You see, I have a nearsighted assistant.
Well, I got my own problems, Digger. You know, being a father is no cinch. All I get is trouble. And it'll never end.
Oh, yes, it will. Take my word for it. But I grant you, children are a problem. Take my daughter.
Lily Fern?
No, Pantagruel. The pretty one. The one who looks like me. Poor child. No boyfriends call on her. They absolutely refuse to come to the house.
Why?
Who knows? You'd think we had a skeleton in our closet.
Well, I got different headaches with my daughter. Babs has got boyfriends that I don't want her to have. So she saw it. She's in her room now, sulking.
Oh, no. I just saw her on the boulevard with a young man.
She? Out with a boy? Who is he?
Sorry, I didn't recognize the body. But as I passed them, I heard him proclaim, "Barbara, I love you madly," and crack his knuckles with a loud pop.
That wasn't knuckles, that was bubblegum. She's out with Simon, and I forbade her to see him.
I don't blame you. This Simon is certainly no gentleman, letting your daughter carry that heavy suitcase.
Well, that's just like him to let Babs carry... suitcase? What would Babs be doing out with Simon in a suitcase? Digger, they couldn't be.
Oh, good heavens, Riley. They're eloping.
Eloping? My little Babs. She's so young. That weasel Simon.
Oh, you have my sympathy, Riley. The boy's a cad. He should have his ears boxed. And I'm the one to do it.
Digger, I can't stand here. Peg, come here, quick.
What is it, Riley? What's the matter? What is it?
Babs and Elope, they've Simoned.
Babs? Mr. Odell, what is he talking about?
That's Simon. When I get my hands on him, I'll...
I'd better go. But remember, Riley, if you require my help, just call for me. And if Simon requires it, no, in that case, I'll call for him. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Riley, what's this all about? Now answer me.
Digger saw Babs eloping with a suitcase. She was carrying Simon.
Oh, I don't believe it.
It's all my fault. I could have made her so happy. Instead of that, I made her get married.
You're not sure she's married? Let's look in her room first. Maybe she left a note or something.
Yeah, come on. Is anything going? Her clothes?
I can't tell. She always leaves her room in such a mess.
Peg, on her dresser, a note.
Well, no, it's some kind of card.
Huh? Oh, yeah, and it says, Peg, listen to this. To my bride-to-be. Today, my love, you'll be my wife and live within my heart. Together we will go through life, never more to part. 25 cents. I know it. They get married. This proves it.
Married? Oh, no, I don't believe it.
She's just a baby. Look, there's one of her little bobby socks on the floor. Only this morning, some of her little toes was in it. Now it's empty.
Riley, if Babs did do this, you're to blame. You drove her to it.
Me? Well, I was only trying to protect her.
Don't you know it's normal for a young girl to have boyfriends? It's human nature.
Well, that's what I was trying to protect her against, human nature. I'm a failure as a father. My poor little bed. The phone. Maybe it's them calling from Niagara Falls. If that Simon tries to reverse the charges, I'll... Hello?
Is Simon Vanderhopper there?
No, but I wish he was.
Well, the girl who was with him left his phone number.
Who is this?
Tell him Mr. Stefanotti called.
Who?
Henry Stefanotti, Justice of the Peace.
Justice of the Peace?
Yes, they left their license here.
License?
Yes, and they'll need it. Tell them to pick it up. Goodbye.
Hello. Hello. That was the Justice of the Peace. They forgot their marriage license at his place.
Oh, Riley. Our little girl. Married.
I'll put an end to that marriage. I'll tear up the license. I'll take that Simon and have him annul.
Now, let's be calm. Let's talk to them first, and Simon's parents.
No, Listen, somebody's coming. Quiet, Peg.
Gee, Babs, I hope your father isn't home.
I don't think he is. I don't see his shoes on the piano.
It's them. When I lay my hands on him,
I forbid you to hit him. Promise.
Please, just one little punch in the nose. After all, he's my son-in-law.
No. Now, it's better if we discuss it quietly.
Yeah, well, okay, maybe you're right.
I'll hide the suitcase in the... Oh, Daddy!
Good night, Babs. Just a minute, Simon.
Riley, please.
Just a minute, son. Don't go yet. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Well?
Daddy, Simon and I... Now, please don't get upset, but we went and...
Yes, I know all about it. I found this card and I spoke to that Justice of the Peace.
Oh, Simon, he knows.
Mr. Riley, you're not angry?
Why shouldn't I be?
But, Daddy, it's only temporary. It's only till Easter.
Easter? Easter nothing. I'm calling it off right now.
But we can't call it off. We've already ordered the baby announcement.
Baby announcement?
Oh, my heavens.
Yes, sir. I don't let the grass grow under my feet.
But you were just married.
Married?
Married? Who, us?
What are you talking about, Daddy? We're just selling greeting cards and wedding and birth announcements.
But the Justice of the Peace and the license.
That's just a peddler's license.
Oh, Riley. Oh, and we thought...
Gee, I wish Barbara would marry me. I love her madly.
Babs, you mean you and Simon didn't get married?
Why, Daddy, of course not. I'm still single.
What a revolting development this is.
The Rileys will return in just a moment. When you want your hair to look its radiant best, does soap film and unsightly dandruff spoil its appearance? Then do as millions do. Shampoo with Prel, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo. Because Prel removes embarrassing dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it. And even in hardest water, Prel leaves hair more radiant than any other leading cream shampoo, with no dulling soap film.
And Prell's economical. Goes farther than any known shampoo because it's more concentrated. Try Prell yourself. As Tallulah says,
I'm Tallulah, the tube of Prell, and I'll make your hair look swell. It'll shine, it'll glow so dandruff-free. For radiant hair, get a hold of me. Tallulah, the tube of Prell shampoo.
Riley, what's that you... Oh, that's a box of Griffin's chocolate cherries that Simon sent to bed.
Yeah.
You didn't take any.
Oh. No. I didn't touch them.
They do look tasty.
Yeah.
I don't think there'd be any harm in trying just one.
Oh, no, Peg, you mustn't touch them.
They're delicious. Oh, that's funny. There's no syrup inside. And there's a tiny hole in each chocolate. Riley.
I'm innocent, I swear. I didn't do it. Must have been a woodpecker. I swear I'm innocent.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix will soon be seen as the star of the motion picture, The Life of Riley. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, and Babs is Barbara Eiler. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, for more radiant hair free of unsightly dandruff, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo.
Now I know why they call it a wonderful soap for dishwashing. It's Ivory Mild. It's speedy. It's...
Yes, of course. It's wonderful Ivory Snow. And, lady, you can prove that it's wonderful for dishwashing. Your hands will tell you why. Just try Ivory Snow in your dishpan. When you see how Ivory Snow pampers your hands, you'll be delighted. It's Ivory Mild, Ivory Pure. And Ivory Snow is granulated to give you speed, too. There's no soap made that's faster for dishes or kinder to hands than Ivory Snow. The only soap both Ivory Mild and granulated for efficiency. There's no other soap like it. For speedier dishwashing, for snow-white hands, try wonderful Ivory Snow.
And this is Ken Niles reminding you to tune this NBC station every Friday night for Jimmy Durante, Eddie Cantor, Red Skelton, and The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, President Edwards of the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company has not yet found a manuscript suitable for publication. However, he is still diligently reading through the stories and collections of poems that have been submitted. Abner is more concerned with the problem of raising enough money to pay the bill from the wholesale house. As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in their jot-em-down store and library discussing the matter. Listen.
How much obliged, Miss Bates? Come in again as soon as you can. Doggies, look, Lum, Miss Bates paid up that big grocery bill they've owed us for so long.
Yeah, I heard you talking there. Well, Abner, maybe we ain't going to have to worry about money much longer.
Huh?
I think maybe I'll run into something great here.
What is it? Somebody send in a good manuscript, one you can publish and sell for a lot of money?
Yeah, it does have something to do with the manuscript, but it ain't exactly from selling the book that I'm aiming on making the money, though.
Well, how else can you make money aside from selling it?
Here, let me read this letter, and then you'll see. It comes from a feller named O.W. Trafford, Jr.
Huh?
You recollect anybody by that name?
Trafford? No, I don't believe I do. I know a Milford Spears.
No, this is Trafford. Says his grandpa used to live in Pine Ridge.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I never knowed him. Grandpa Masters might recollect him. You want me to call him up and see?
No, it ain't that important. Just listen to this letter. It's addressed to the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company and says, Dear Mr. Edwards, I have long had a story in my possession which I feel is worthy of publication.
That feller's name couldn't have been Hartford, could it, Lum? I used to know a Jess Hartford.
No, it's Trafford. Be quiet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because this is a true story based on actual incidents that took place in your hometown, Pine Ridge, I thought you might be interested in publishing it.
For the land sakes, taking place right here, huh?
Yes, sir, right here in Pine Ridge.
Well.
At the time of the story, my grandparents were living in a large house which they built and which was later sold to a family named Hurley.
Hurley? Why, sure, I know where the old Hurley place is, or where it used to be, just a hole in the ground there now. It burned down a long time ago, Lum.
Yeah, that's the place, all right. But listen to this. Briefly, the story deals with my grandparents' hurried but heroic escape from this house during the early days of the Civil War, telling how they outwitted the soldiers and buried several $1,000s worth of jewels and silver pieces in an abandoned well in the backyard.
Well, I do know. Well, did they go back and get all that stuff after the war was over?
No, he says a long time after that his papa went back once, but the backyard had all been plowed up and he couldn't find no trace of the old well.
He couldn't?
No, sir. At least not according to the letter.
My doggies, Lum, then all them jewels and stuff must still be over there.
Why, sure. Didn't I tell you this was a great thing?
Oh, well, where's the shovel? Let's get started digging.
Well, wait, Abner. We can't go digging around on somebody else's property.
Well, the Hurleys don't even live in town no more, Lum. They moved to Illinois, I believe it was, right after that house burned down.
Yeah, but before they left, they sold the property there.
Oh.
Don't you recollect Ezra Seastrunk bought it a long time ago?
Ezra?
Yeah, he was aiming on rebuilding the place, but never got around to it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, Ezra won't care if we dig there. I'll ask him myself.
No, don't do that now. We'll have to tell him what we're digging for, and then he'd claim all of it because it's on his property.
Oh, yeah, he would, wouldn't he?
No, the thing to do is to buy it from him if we can.
Buy it? Well, would that be right, Lum?
Well, we can give him half of it when we get it dug up or something.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Buy half interest from him. Yeah.
It oughtn't to cost much.
No.
Run down like it is. And it's in a bad part of town now, too.
No, nobody lives over
Just give Ezra a ring and see how much he wants for it.
Yeah, that's the thing to do. Let me see that letter there once, Lum. Doggy, this sounds too good to be true, you know.
Here, take it, read.
Jules buried. Doggy. Let's see here. At the time of the story, my grandparents... Say, Lum, what does this feller print all the letter T's there up higher than the other letters there? Look here how this is wrote.
Huh, I never noticed that.
Yeah, look here.
More than likely there's something wrong with these typewriters all.
Yeah, about what it is. Every T is up higher than the rest of the letter.
Wait a minute. Hello? Who is this, Ezra? Well, this is Lum Edwards.
Oh, it's Jules.
Oh, Talbot. Say, listen, Ezra, well, what would you want for that old worthless piece of property you own?
I dig that place.
No, I mean the old Hurley place.
Like a mole.
Oh, you did, huh? I see. Now, that's all I want to know. Just curiosity more than anything else, I reckon. Yeah, all right, Ezra. Sorry I troubled you. Goodbye. Yeah, that ain't so good.
What's the matter? Won't he sell it?
He don't own it.
Huh?
About 6 or 7 years ago, he sold it to Squire Skimp.
To a squire?
Yeah, of all people. That means the price will be just about twice as much as I figured it ought to be.
Yeah, well, we don't care how much we have to pay for it, do we? Might be $1 million worth of jewels there for all we know, Lum.
Yeah, that's right.
Why, sure it is.
Of course, the lower the price, the more profits we make out of it.
Doggies, wait a minute, though. I just happened to think of something, Lum. We ain't got no money to buy nothing with. Can't even pay that bill from a wholesale house.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we can sign a note for it or something like that.
Can?
Don't worry, I can figure that part of it out some way.
Doggies, I can't hardly wait to get a shovel in my hand and get over there. Oh, look out there, Lum. Look who's coming. This must be our lucky day.
Goodness sakes, well, I do know.
Squire Skimp.
Is he still mad at us for selling that no-good apartment house plan for $50?
No, I don't think so. I've saw him several times since then. He don't never mention it.
He don't, huh?
But for goodness sake, now, don't you mention what we want that property for.
Oh, no, I won't say a word about it.
This will give us a chance to get even with that guy once and for all.
Yeah. Mind out.
We never would get it from him if he knowed about them jewels and silver things buried.
Be quiet.
Well, howdy, Squire. Come on back.
Yes, gentlemen.
Mighty proud to see you, Squire.
Thank you, Lum.
You been out doing some business? I see you got your briefcase with you.
Oh, yes. I had a few little matters of business to attend to. Yes, Lum.
Squire, I understand you own that old rundown Harley property.
Harley Property?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe I do. Well, now, wait a minute. Yes. I guess I do own that. Why, yes, I believe that's the place that I bought from Ezra Seastrunk about, 6 or 7 years ago. Why, I'll never know, though.
Well, what would you sell it for, Squire?
Oh, I don't know, Lum. $400 or $500, I guess.
$400 or $500?
Yes.
Pennies, it ain't worth that much.
Well, no, to be frank, Lum, it isn't, but I'd like to try to get that price. However, just between us, I could be easily talked down to about $250, I think.
You could, huh?
Yes, that property's in pretty bad condition, Lum.
All right, Squire, you just made yourself a deal, then.
A deal? With you, Lum?
Yes, sir. You'll sell it to us, won't you?
Why, yes, I'll be glad to sell it to you, Lum, but what in the world do you fellas want with a place like that?
Oh, we just wanted to...
We're going to put up a lemonade stand.
A lemonade stand? Well, that isn't any location for a stand, Abner. Nobody ever goes near that place. That road is hardly ever used over there anymore.
Yeah, well, we figured we wouldn't have no competition over there that way.
Well, I don't know, Abner. I don't believe I'd advise such a business venture as that.
Well, that ain't the only reason we want it, Squire. You see, I'm sort of figuring on building myself a place sometime, I think, when I get enough money saved up.
Oh, well, now, Lum, you can find yourself a better place to build than over there. Why, I can show you one of the best places in this whole town to build a house, Lum. I have one beautiful lot overlooking picturesque Pine Ridge, a tree-covered paradise that I'll sell you, Lum.
Wait a minute, Squire. No need of you wasting that sales talk on me, because my mind's made up. I want to buy that other place or none at all.
Well, if that's what you want, well, all right, Lum, but I still think that you could do a lot better.
I'm satisfied.
Well, let's see. By the way, I have some deeds here to several pieces of property I own right here in this briefcase. Let me take a look here. That might be in here with these others.
Of course, there's one thing, Squire. We ain't got the cash right now.
Oh, tut. Don't worry about that, Lum. You can sign a note. Let's see, now, I've got some, here's these deeds here. Yes, look at here. By George, we're in luck, gentlemen. Here's a deed to that very piece of property right here.
If you just make out the note, Squire, we're all set.
Well, let's see, I did have some blank notes here, too. Yes, here's one. Now, a fountain pen.
There it is in your pocket.
Yes, thank you, Lum, thank you. Let's see, I promised to pay M.K. Skimp the sum of... how much did we agree on, Lum? What'd I say I'd take?
$250, you said.
Oh, yes, that's what I said. Forgot myself. You see, now, 6% of that, 6 times all told, 6 times 5, 30, 6 times 2 is 12. $123 in. Let's make $373 altogether. Now, right here, sign right here now, Lum, right there. What's your name there?
L.
Yes.
Here, Evans, sign right under my name.
Yeah, Abner Peabody.
Yeah, there you are, Squire.
Well, here's a deed to your property, Lum. I still think you're making a mistake, but maybe you know what you're doing. Well, I've got to get back to the place. A lot of business these days. I'll see you gentlemen soon, I trust. A good day, man.
Yeah, good day, Squire.
No, you almost laughed right in his face. You hear him? Said maybe we knowed what we was doing.
Is he going to kick himself when he finds out what we actually are going to do with it?
Yeah.
Let me see that deed, Abner.
Yeah, wait a minute. Look here, Lum. Did Squire do the typing on the deed here?
I don't know. I reckon he did. Why?
Well, look here. All the T's, them letter T's, they're up higher than the rest of the letters, just like in that letter from Mr. Trafford there. Look here.
Why, that snake in there...
What that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you transcribed The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Charles Correll. My partner, Freeman Gosden, and I just want you to know how grateful we are for the success you've made of the Amos and Andy sale that ends today at Rexall drugstores. It makes us mighty proud that the first Amos and Andy sale in our 26 years in radio has helped so many of our listeners save so much. In fact, this sale is making everybody happy. You customers, my partner and myself, and our friendly sponsors, the Rexall family druggists everywhere. Thanks, folks, from all of us.
Well, for the past 2 months, the Kingfish's wife, Sapphire, has been attending a business school. She's been taking a course in merchandising. And this evening, when she got home from school, she had some rather startling news for the Kingfish and her mother.
That's right. I've completed my course, and tomorrow I go out on an interview for a job in a department store.
Ooh, ain't that wonderful? My little baby's going to be a career girl.
Now, wait a minute, here. I'll put my feet down. I ain't going to have no wife of mine working. It's a blow to my pride. It's a blow to my honor. It's a blow to my conscience.
George, the job will pay $75 a week.
Well, now, there's the kind of a punch I can roll with.
You know, Mama, I sure hope I get the job. If I do, I'll be assistant buyer. See, the buyer is the one that's going to interview me.
The buyer, huh? What time is you seeing the gal?
The buyer's a man, Mr. Frederick Williams.
You gonna work for a man, huh?
What's the matter, Baldy? Ain't jealous, is you?
Me jealous? No. $75 a week, I can't afford to be jealous.
That's just the attitude I thought you'd take. You think you'd be ashamed of yourself, letting your wife go to work.
Yes, Mama's right. You ain't had a steady job since we've been married.
Yeah, I got the breaks all right, didn't I?
What do you mean you got the break?
Well, suppose I had taken that government job they offered me 20 years ago. I would have worked hard and been promoted. And now that they is cutting the budget, I'd lose my job and be an out-of-work bum.
That's what you is anyway.
Yeah, but I ain't wasted the best years of my life getting there, though.
I don't know. You is the laziest man that ever lived. I done already made up what we going to put on your tombstone. Here lies George Stevens, and here's a thought to ponder. If the bummer's got to walk, he'll never get up yonder.
Is that so? Well, I ain't saying where you going, but when you gets there, you're going to be the last of the red-hot mamas. Well, come on in the lodge, old man. Let's sit down a while.
Yeah. Say, Kingfish, this is something, you know it. Your wife thinking of going to work.
Yeah, she looked pretty good when she went out of the house this morning. She and her mama really pulled it together. She put on the elastic stockings. The last thing I saw, Mama had her knee on Sapphire's back, tugging on the strings of a camisole or something.
Really pulled it together, huh?
I'll say. Looked like the Ringling brothers taking up the slack in the big top.
Yeah. Well, when it come to bloating up, I guess Sapphire's at the corn fritter age.
Well, you know, Andy, Sapphire was a good-looking gal once. I had a lot of rivals when I was courting her. Yeah, I remember one boy that I had a lot of trouble with, Twitchy Thompson.
Twitchy Thompson?
You remember him, Andy. He worked for the railroad. He used to hold the spikes while his partner, nearsighted Jackson, swung the sledgehammer.
Oh, yeah. What happened to Twitchy?
Well, Andy, one day on the job, Jackson went over to focus just as Thompson twitched.
Oh.
Yes, Andy, in one blow, Twitchy was converted from a tall, thin Gary Cooper type to the Toulouse-Lautrec of Marietta.
I was just thinking, Kingfish, if Sapphire works in a big department store, she's going to be surrounded by a lot of men.
Well, natural, Andy, but you ain't suggesting no man is going to become enamored with her, is you?
Wait a minute. I guess you ain't seen them office wolves operate. I worked in the insurance office once, and I really seen them boys in action.
You mean, they as fast workers, huh?
Oh, yeah. And the worst type is the water cooler Romeo. He's the boy that's always getting up for a drink of water. He don't use no paper cup, neither. He's got his own special glass. After you've been there for a while, you find out he got a lens in the bottom of the thing, and he's doing more peeking than drinking.
Well, Sapphire safe from that type. You see, her face don't magnify too well. Like looking at a drop of water under a microscope, you see a lot of frightening things you didn't know was there, you see.
Yeah, well, I don't know about this. You say Sapphire's boss is going to be a man, and there's a lot of other men around the department store. I think you're making a mistake letting Sapphire go to work, you know.
No. Sapphire been married for 25 years. When them fellas at the department store hear about that, they won't pay no attention to her.
Well, yeah, I guess that's right.
And on top of that, Andy, her feet ain't too good, you know. Mm-hmm. There may be a lot of wolves down there, but by the time she gets finished standing up all day, sore shanks won't leave her in no mood to play Little Red Riding Hood with the boys, I can tell you that right now.
Then you really think I have the job, Mr. Williams?
Yes, you do. We've had a lot of fine people from the business school you attended, and they recommended you very highly. Yes, the job is yours.
Oh, that's just wonderful.
As you know, you'll be my assistant, and the job pays $75 a week. You will have every chance in the world for advancement. You know, this could be a wonderful career.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the way, I noticed your name on the application is Sapphire Stevens. Is that Miss or Mrs.?
Well, you see,
The reason I ask, it's against the policy of our store to hire married women.
Oh. Well, you see, it's Miss Sapphire Stevens.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. One good example is Bismarex, the exclusive Rexall remedy for acid indigestion. We recommend this time-tested formula for two reasons. Bismarex relief is fast, and Bismarex relief will last because of its relay action. Fast-dissolving ingredients quickly neutralize excess acidity. Other ingredients, acting in relay, prolong your relief from the heartburn and gastric distress and other discomforts of acid indigestion. So for relief that's prolonged as well as fast, get Rexall Bismarex. That's spelled B-I-S-M-A-R-E-X, Bismarex. Available exclusively at Rexall drugstores.
Have some more chicken, Sapphire?
No, thanks, Mama. I've had 2 helpings already.
Well, I'll just take the wing and the breast here. Hate to see it go to waste.
Well, listen, what about me?
Here's the platter, son-in-law. Help yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Mama. Look at here. Just 2 pieces left, and one of them is the neck. I tell you, just once in this house, I'd like to get some part of the chicken that don't have a taper to it.
Oh, stop complaining, George. It wasn't your money that bought the food.
Oh, Donnie, it's wonderful you're doing so well in your job. And that Mr. Williams you're working for sounds so nice.
Oh, yes. I've been there only 10 days. And do you know what he said to me this morning?
No.
He said, Sapphire, you are a real gem.
That's a joke, George. Sapphire. Gem. Don't you get it?
Yeah, I get it, but I don't know what to do with it. Now, look here, Mama, you going to break up...
I'll get it. Hello, Stephen's resident. Who? Oh, yes, she is right here. Sapphire for you. It's Mr. Williams.
Oh, thank you, Mama. Hello, Fred.
Fred? Only 10 days and already there's on the first name basin. They call me Mr. Stevens right through the honeymoon.
Shut up, boy.
What was that, Fred? Tonight? Why, of course. Certainly. I'll be right down. I have to go to work, Mama. We're taking inventory, and Mr. Williams wants me to help him.
You mean that you're going to work at night?
Yeah, don't wait up. I'll probably be late.
Well, now, wait a minute, Chair. No wife of mine is going out and work at night with no man. I ain't going to stand for it, you hear?
George, I get time and a half for overtime.
I don't care. Wait a minute, I'll get your coat for you, yeah. Well, come on in, Brother Ender.
Hi, Kingfish. Say, what is you doing down to Lodge Hall here this time of the night? It's after 10 o'clock.
Well, Sapphire's working late at the department store with the boss, Miss Williams.
Oh.
I stopped by the delicatessen and got some bread and cold cuts. I'm going to make a late snack and take it down to her.
Well, how come you was making a sandwich for her?
Well, don't you see, Andy, about 11:30, that Mr. Williams is going to say to her, let's you and me pop out for a midnight snack. Well, I figure this bologna sandwich will keep him from two-timing me gastronomically, you see.
Yeah, but if that's what you was afraid of, what's to stop her and the fellow from staying there in the office and sharing the bologna sandwich together? You know, if this boy is eager enough, he can make as much progress on a hunk of bologna as he could on a sirloin steak.
Now, listen, Andy, I don't think this fella has any interest in Sapphire, or that she got any interest in him. But just as a safety precaution, I has done booby-trapped the sandwich.
What you mean?
Now, look at here. Over the slice of bologna, I done put this slice of Bermuda onion. And on top of that, I put this layer of chopped up green onion. And on top of that, I done put this layer of garlic.
Yeah, man, that's a real romance discourager you got there.
Oh, yeah, and I tell you, back in 1937, if there'd have been liverwurst and an onion sandwich in the deal, the Duke of Windsor might still be king today, you know that? Yeah, well, it's all finished, Andy. I'll wrap this thing up and take it down to the department store.
Well, you know, Kingfish, if you were suspicious of this fellow, why don't you just come right out and make Sapphire quit the job?
Well, I tell you, Andy, she's getting a good salary, and I figure by keeping an eye on things, I might be able to hold on until the store starts handing out the spring bonuses. You see what I
mean? Miss Stevens, I can't thank you enough for coming down to help me out at the store here this evening.
Oh, why, that's perfectly all right, Mr. Williams.
Now, Sapphire, remember I told you to call me Fred.
Of course.
Well, if you'll just go over those figures, I'll take these into the other office and file them.
Oh, let's see. That was 12, size 16, 4, 14, 6, 12. And with the shipment from the factory, we should have... Come in!
Good evening, Sapphire.
George Stevens, what are you doing down here?
Well, I brung you some supper. The night watchman said you was in working in here.
George, you shouldn't have come here. Suppose Mr. Williams sees us together.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that? I just come down to bring you supper, not to smooch with you.
George, would you please get out of here?
Listen, what's going on here? That fella ain't peeking at you through the bottom of no drinking glass, is he?
Look, George, I just don't want you to meet Mr. Williams. I can't explain just now.
Yeah, well,
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know there was anyone in here.
Oh, that's all right. I was just leaving. Sapphire, I might be back later with another sandwich.
I'm sorry, Sapphire. I didn't mean to barge in like that.
Oh, that was all right.
Sapphire, I don't mean to be personal, but that man that just left, by any chance, is he your sweetheart?
Him? Oh, no.
He seemed to be on very friendly terms with you.
Oh, no. You see, actually, he's my brother. That's right, my brother. We all live together.
Oh, yes. Sapphire, this may surprise you, but, well, I'm very fond of you. Not only as a fellow worker, but as a person.
Oh, you are?
Yes, Sapphire. As you know, I've been a widower for a good many years. I wonder if you'd go out with me some evening. There's so much I'd like to say to you.
Well, I don't think I can. You see, I sort of keep house for my brother, you know, cleaning and getting his meals and...
I see. Where does he work?
Well, that's why I take care of him. He doesn't work.
Now, Sapphire, don't feel badly. After all, there's one in every family. Yes, Mother, I know it's late, but I had to call you as soon as I got home. I have some news. Mother, you know I thought I'd never remarry, but I think I've found the right woman. Yes. Her name is Sapphire Stevens. Yeah, she works in the store with me. What's that, Mother? Oh, yes, I'm serious. I'm going over the first thing in the morning and call on her brother and ask him for Sapphire's hand in marriage.
The women of Egypt used ointments and oils to care for their skin with the greatest of toil.
But now we can keep our complexion supreme with just one luxurious all-purpose cream.
And Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is the one and only cream a modern woman needs. Here in this single golden-topped jar is your cleansing cream, skin cream, throat cream, night cream, eye cream, all in one.
And this rich cream contains Ann Delafield's own secret formula of precious esters, oils, and cholesterols to penetrate and lubricate and soften, cleanse, and smooth.
Not even Cleopatra could dream of a more luxurious all-purpose cream.
So remember, ask for it at Rexall drugstores, because only Rexall drugstores sell Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream.
Yeah, come on in the apartment, Andy. Mama's out shopping and Sapphire's going to work.
Okay, Kingfish.
Yes, Andy. Sapphire didn't get home till after 12 last night. Then she went out early this morning.
Well, Kingfish, I've been thinking it over, and I think you were silly worrying about Sapphire and that Mr. Williams. I don't think she's going to get you involved in no internal triangle.
Oh, yeah, Andy. I guess you're right. There's no chance that anybody... I wonder who that is at the door.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How do you do? Do you remember me? I'm Mr. Williams.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Williams. From the department store. Come in. Mr. Williams, this is my friend Andy Brown.
How you do?
Oh, I didn't know you had company. I wanted to talk to you alone.
Oh, that's all right. It's all right talking in front of him. With Mr. Brown here, it's just like there was nobody else in the room, you see.
Well, I suppose this visit is a surprise to you, but I called because, I want to talk to you about Sapphire.
Sapphire?
Yes.
Did Sapphire tell you who I was?
Yes, she told me. That's why I came to you first. I want to ask your permission to ask Sapphire to marry me.
Yeah, well, I only two... what is that again you say there? What was that thing?
I was saying Sapphire's a wonderful girl, and I've fallen in love with her.
Holy mackerel. Either she didn't eat that sandwich or this boy is desperate.
Look, you say you was falling in love with Sapphire?
Oh, yes. Stevens, you'll never know what it feels like to be in love with a girl like Sapphire.
Yeah, well, I think I got a rough idea.
Mr. Stevens, you seem shocked.
Oh, no.
After all, Sapphire's an attractive person. This sort of thing must have happened before.
Well, to tell you the truth, up to now, the worst thing that done happened was when that fella pinched her at the Elks picnic. That's about the only time things happened.
Yeah, they spiked the punch.
Yeah.
Stevens, I know how fond you must be of Sapphire, and I don't want to break those family ties. We're going to live in Connecticut, but after we're married, I'll look forward to you spending weekends with us.
Weekend? Well, I...
Play along with him, Kingfish. You might get him to give you the bus fare, too.
Tell me, Miss Williams, do Sapphire know about you speaking to me?
No, but she knows how I feel about her. I'm pretty sure Sapphire will accept me. Well, Stevens, what's your answer?
Well, I tell you, Miss Williams, I wonder if you give me a few days to think this over. I want to do the right thing here, you see. You know what I mean.
Well, when you think it over, Stevens, I'm sure you'll realize you're not giving up much.
Yeah, you're right about that, but after all, I can't exactly replace it with a hot water bottle, you know.
Well, take your time. I know it's an important decision. I'll be hearing from you. Good day.
Yeah, good day. Glad you come by. Nice of you.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish. That fellow sure was cold-blooded about it, wasn't he? What are you going to do?
Well, Andy, I don't know. I just can't stand in the way of Sapphire's happiness. I just going to drop out of sight. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Andy, I just going to disappear. I'm going to walk out of her life.
You mean this is forever?
Yeah, I'm going to walk into the sunset with a tear in my eye and a wisp of a smile on my face.
Yeah. Before you do that, Kingfish, would you mind giving me that 85 cents you owed me since before Christmas?
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, Calhoun, the Kingfish has been gone now for a week, and not a word from him.
Oh, and poor Kingfish. I'm missing so. I really do. I miss seeing him in all the old familiar places. Sitting on the bench in the park, hanging around the pool hall, standing in line at the unemployment office, betting on them cockroach races down in Dugan's Alley.
Yeah.
I tell you, Andy, the Kingfish was a bum, but he was a lovable bum.
Yeah, well, now pull yourself together here, Calhoun. Look here, you done blubbered all over my lapels here. Get away. Look.
Oh, that's a sad thing. That poor Kingfish gone. Nobody knows where.
No.
Out in the cold and snow. I can see him right now, Andy.
You know.
There he is, trudging through the snowdrift.
Yeah, the poor
There
fellow.
he is, all alone, cold and hungry. Look at him. He's stumbling. He tripped. He fell down in the snow.
No, me.
Andy, don't just stand there. Pick him up.
You pick him up. I'll go for the doctor. I'll get out. Wait a minute, Calhoun. We're cracking up here. Listen. We got to do something. Hi, Amos. Hiya. Say, listen, you must be awful excited to slam a door like that. What's the matter with you?
Well, I is, Andy. I got some wonderful news for you. The Kingfish is back.
He's back? How do you know?
Well, I just run into him on the street. It seems that Sapphire found out that he was living over in New Jersey, and she wrote him a letter to come back.
Oh, boy, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the Kingfish showed me the letter. Oh, he was proud of that letter. It was a beautiful thing, too, Andy. It said that she loved him more than anything else in the world, and she wanted him back.
You know, this Mr. Williams mix-up may turn out to be the best thing that ever happened. Now the Kingfish realize they love each other.
Yeah, I guess from now on there's going to be peace and happiness up there.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Calhoun? Is you still crying about the Kingfish?
No. When Amos come in, he slammed the door on my finger.
happy you're back.
Yes, Sapphire. I sorry that I misunderstood about Mr. Williams.
You know, this separation has made me realize just how much I love you.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing that has held us together all these years, our love.
Well, now that you're back, I hope there ain't gonna be no more fighting around here.
Well, who asked you, Fatso? Now, listen, Sapphire, your mama's been the cause of all of our trouble. It's the old problem of the mother-in-law in the house. She's been against me ever since the first day she set foot in this house, trying to drive us apart.
George, please.
Oh, I'm telling you, Sapphire, the only reason I come back to you was on account of that beautiful letter that you wrote me. I tell you, Sapphire, if it wasn't for that letter, I wouldn't be here today.
Now, George.
Now, look, Sapphire, I'm going down and get you a little present to celebrate us getting back together. And let me tell you something, Mama. If you ever try to interfere between me and Sapphire again, I'll throwing you out of here bag and baggage.
Mama, George shouldn't have talked to you that way.
That's all right, Sapphire.
You know, Mama, I'm puzzled about something.
Yes?
You know that beautiful letter, the one George says brought us back together?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I never wrote George no letter, Mama. Truth is, I wasn't never going to take him back for running out on me.
I know, Sapphire. That's why I wrote that letter and signed your name.
This is your Rexall family druggist again, with a word about the Rexall mouthwash that contains nature's own breast sweetener. Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll. This triple-acting mouthwash cleans, as it sweetens, as it deodorizes. That's because a special foaming action floats away food particles. A surface-active ingredient assures wider coverage and deeper penetration. And the chlorophyll helps sweeten the breath in nature's own effective way. As a result, Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll cleans the mouth so thoroughly, freshens breath so surely, that you're sure of protection from mouth odors for hours. There is no more effective mouthwash at any price than this triple-action formula that cleans, as it sweetens, as it deodorizes. So be sure to ask for Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll. Available at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Freeman Gosden again. I just want to remind you that almost every heart condition can be helped by proper treatment. You can assure that treatment when you contribute to your local Heart Association Fund. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Is there a single vitamin product that provides all the vitamins?
Plenamins give you more than your minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums.
Plenamins?
Plenamins. Plenamins, the Rexall multivitamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Be sure to be with us at this same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present The Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Powell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Well, answer the man, George.
Of course, Gracie. I use Amident twice a day.
You can smile when you say that.
Yes, it's the Amident Show, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guests, Ronald Reagan, yours truly, Bill Goodwin, Dee Benaderet, Hal March, Marvin Miller, Harry Lubin, and the Amadent Orchestra. For healthy laughter, it's George and Gracie. The theatrical club to which George Burns belongs, the Friars, is giving a testimonial dinner for movie star Ronald Reagan, and George is going to be one of the speakers. We find him now preparing his speech.
Gracie, I've got a very funny opening. Would you like to hear it?
I'd love to.
Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest Ronnie Reagan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems that
George,
you...
I heard a terribly funny story that would make a great opening for your speech.
Look, I've got an opening. As I look at our... Gracie, please.
Oh, I can't help it, George. It's the funniest story I ever heard.
Well, if it's that funny, let's hear it.
I wish I could remember it.
I'll use the opening I've got.
It seems a shame to have to write a whole new speech. Why don't you just change the name and use the same speech you made for Sophie Tucker?
Brilliant idea. I'll say, tonight we pay tribute to Ronnie Reagan, the last of the Red Hot Mamas. Gracie, what I said about Sophie Tucker wouldn't fit Ronnie Reagan.
No, huh?
No. You see, one was discovered singing in a restaurant and the other playing football.
Oh, really? Where did Sophie play football?
For Notre Dame.
Oh, you're right. That wouldn't fit Ronnie.
Oh, no. For your information, Gracie, Ronnie was an outstanding back.
Well, Sophie's outstanding on both sides.
Look, what I need is some facts about Ronnie's life so I could finish the speech.
You know, I could tell you what the girls at the beauty shop say about Ronnie Reagan. Some of them have dated him.
They have?
Mm-hmm. You know how girls feel about handsome movie stars.
Sure.
Well, I found out handsome movie stars feel the same way about girls.
I imagine Ronnie's popular with the girls.
Yeah, well, you know, it's hard to decide who's more popular, Ronnie or Bill Goodwin.
It's neck and neck, huh?
Every night.
Yeah, let it go.
Well, have I been a help to you, George?
Tremendous.
Oh, I'm glad. I wanted to put you in a good mood before I told you about the dream I had last night.
What was that?
Well, I dreamt that you bought me a 1950 Cadillac, and I bought you a necktie.
That was a nice dream.
Yeah, here's the tie. Well, I've kept my end of the bargain.
And now I'm supposed to buy you a Cadillac.
Well, sure, because I dreamt it and dreams come true.
Well, tonight you can dream that I've changed my mind. Forget the whole idea.
But, George, this isn't my idea. It came from my subconscious mind.
There's another one? Look, honey, I wasn't born yesterday. I know that. Come in.
Well, Blanche Morton. Hello, Gracie. Hello, George.
Hiya, Blanche.
I just had to come over and tell you the dream I got about you two last night. And yes, I dreamt that George bought you a 1950 Buick.
A Cadillac.
Oh, that's right, Cadillac.
No.
Yes.
Well, that's remarkable. I had exactly the same dream.
No.
Yes.
Have you two Dolly sisters finished your act? Well, I know you cooked this up.
Cooked it up?
What do you think I am, a jerk?
You better take that one alone, Gracie. I'm liable to ad-lib you right into a Ford.
Look, Rosie and Jenny. I'm not even getting a Ford, so relax. And as long as you're here, Blanche, I'd like you to listen to the opening of my speech.
Oh, it's the Ronnie Reagan dinner at the Friars Club last.
All right.
Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest Ronnie Reagan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems...
Oh, George, I heard a wonderful story that'll fit right in. The husband said to his wife, "Why didn't you mend the holes in my socks?" And she said, "You didn't buy that fur coat I wanted, so I figured if you didn't give a rap, I didn't give a darn."
What's that got to do with Ronnie Regan?
Well, he wears socks.
Look, will you listen to my opening, please? Friars, come in.
Hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Harry.
Hi, Harry. If you're looking for your wife, here she is.
No, George. I just dropped by to tell you about the dream I had last night. I dreamt that you bought Gracie a 1950 car.
No.
Yes.
I dreamt the same thing.
No.
Yes.
Well, Harry Richmond is back with the Dolly Sisters again.
George.
You can all relax. I'm not going to buy a 1950 car. We don't need it. It would be different if our car was a wreck.
It would, huh?
Come back here, Gracie. I wish I had some facts about Ronnie's life so I could finish the speech.
Well, I'll go over to his house and interview him for you.
Never mind. I'll get the information.
Oh, well, you'll be too busy buying me a Cadillac. Come on, Blanche. You can go along and meet Ronald Regan in person. Oh, Gracie!
Isn't that disgusting?
Gracie is staying here.
And so are you, Blanche. Ronald Regan is nothing to get excited about. He's no different from me. We're both men. We're both flesh and blood.
Yeah. Except you got the flesh and he got the blood.
Just stay away from Regan's house.
Oh, come on, Blanche. Let's go out in the kitchen and have a cup of coffee.
Okay, Gracie.
Some acting. That wife of yours kills me, George. Imagine thinking she could get a new car with that dream idea.
Oh, I don't think she really expected it to work, Harry. She does those things for kicks. I remember once. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Brown from Hillcrest Motors. I've got your new Cadillac out front. You just sign here, please?
I'm not buying a new Cadillac.
But, Mr. Burns, I spent all day yesterday with your wife answering her questions, explaining the car to her. Mr. Burns, I've earned this sale.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Do you know what she asked me to do? Put the windshield wipers on the inside so they wouldn't get wet when it rained.
Well, look, I don't...
And listen, all the time she was talking, she kept running the automatic windows up and down.
What for?
She was cracking nuts.
Well, look, Mr. Brown, maybe in a year or two I'll buy a car from you. But right now you can do me a little favor.
Like what?
Well, you're a salesman and you listen to lots of speeches. Listen to the opening of this speech and see what you think of it.
Okay.
Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest Ronnie Regan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems...
say, I heard a dilly you can use, Mr. Burns. You see, these three old men, 75, 85, and 95, are discussing how they'd like to die. And the first one says, I'd like to get it over fast, crash in a jet plane. And the second one says, I'll take freezing. That's just like going to sleep. And they both turned to the 95-year-old and said, well, how about you, Pop? And he says, I'd like to be shot by a jealous husband.
Goodbye, Mr. Brown.
Goodbye, Mr. Burns. You know, it sounds like you got a great speech.
I'm glad you like it. Schmo.
Hey, George. George?
Yes?
I just looked out in the kitchen and our wives are gone. I'll bet anything they went to Regan's house.
Don't be silly, Harry. We gave them orders not to. They wouldn't dare.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They wouldn't dare.
Of course not.
Well, here we are, Blanche. This is Ronald Regan's house.
Oh, Gracie, I'm so excited. Imagine meeting that big, handsome movie star in person.
Oh, well, now, don't expect too much, Blanche. You know on the screen they use all kinds of tricks to make those movie stars look good. Makeup and putty and built-up shoes and girdles and wigs and goodness knows what all. You may get quite a shock when you see Ronald Regan. Did you hear what I said?
No, what did you say?
You may get quite a shock when you see Ronnie Regan.
Oh, I don't think so. I've seen him from a distance. What a man. 6 feet.
There you are. On the screen, you only see 2.
ring the doorbell, Gracie. You see how wrong you are.
All right. But don't say I didn't warn you. I've heard about these things, you know.
Yes, please, ladies. This humble person may be of assistance.
Well, caught you without your makeup, eh, Mr. Regan?
Oh, Gracie!
Excuse, please. Me not Mr. Regan. Me, Mr. Regan's boy.
His boy, huh? Do you look like your father?
Gracie, he's not Ronald Regan's son. He's a houseboy. He works for him.
Oh.
Yes, me one.
Well, it's big of you to admit it. Is the Mr. Regan at home?
No, but I expect him very soon. Please to come in and wait.
Oh, we'd love to.
I'll say.
Isn't it exciting, Blanche, being in Ronnie Regan's home?
Oh, it's like a dream. If he walks in that door, I hope somebody pinches me.
Well, don't count on it, Blanche. He's a very nice boy.
Well, anyway, I can't wait for him to get here.
I just saw him driving the driveway, Blanche. It won't be long now.
Oh, Gracie, I'm so nervous. I just know I'll stutter and stammer when I meet him.
Oh, now calm down. You'll be all right.
I'll practice my diction. Oh, no, Bronco.
No, I think he'd like it better if you just said hello, Mr. Regan.
Oh, my knees are shaking. I'm going to stand behind this chair so I'll have something to lean on.
Oh, Wong, well, looks like I have company.
How now, Bronco? I mean, hello, Mr. Regan.
You're Gracie Allen, aren't you?
That's right.
And look who's behind the chair. It's George.
What? Oh, no, this is my friend Blanche Morton.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me, Blanche. Is it all right if I call you Blanche?
Yeah, I like it better than George.
Imagine thinking you were a man. Well, it's the fault of the light in here. I'll make it dimmer. Please sit down, ladies. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Oh, well, we want to find out all about your life, Mr. Regan. You see, George is going to make a speech at your dinner.
Yes, so I've been warned. Told.
Well, now, tell me all about yourself, and I'll make notes for George.
Very well. I'll start by telling you where I came from. I was raised on a farm in Illinois.
Well, that certainly beats California. All they can raise out here is vegetables.
I meant that my father had a farm, and I grew up on it.
Oh!
I went to a country school. This'll sound corny, but I actually had to walk 4 miles to the schoolhouse.
You poor boy. Did you go to college?
Yes, I went to college on a scholarship.
That certainly beat walking, didn't it?
Yes.
Well, tell me more about the farm. Did you raise any silos?
One of the biggest in Illinois, until a cyclone came along. I remember one summer we had 3 cyclones.
Really?
Yeah, but we had a good cyclone seller.
Oh, he must have been good if he sold you 3 cyclones. Well, so much for your boyhood days. Now, I want to know all about you now. How old are you?
You mean before we started this interview or now? I've aged considerably.
Well, how old are you now? And tell the truth, Mr. Regan. I think it's silly for people to lie about their age.
Well, I'd say I'm about your age.
Oh, and out of college already?
Yes.
Now, tell me some exciting things that have happened to you.
Well, I've had a few narrow escapes hunting. See the bearskin rug in front of the fireplace?
Yes?
Well, that bear charged me.
How much?
He attacked me. If I hadn't gotten him, he'd have gotten me.
Oh, well, I'm awfully glad it was him. He makes a much better rug.
Thanks.
Now, is that the most nerve-wracking experience you've ever had?
Let's say it was the second most nerve-wracking.
When was the first?
It isn't over yet.
Well, now tell me all about how you happened to get into
George. Oh, hello, Bill. I'm glad you dropped by. Would you listen to the opening of my Ronnie Reagan speech and see what you think of it?
Oh, sure, George. But listen, first let me tell you about the dream I had last night. I dreamt that
You bought Gracie a 1950 Cadillac.
Yeah, how'd you know?
You're the fourth dream I've seen walking. How did Gracie get you into this plot?
Well, she said she'd let me borrow the car to take my girls out.
You've got a car.
Well, it's a coupe. It only holds 3 girls. Got to keep coming back to Hollywood and Vine for a refill.
Well, the new car is out.
Well, okay, I did my best. Let's hear the opening of your speech.
I think it's pretty funny, Bill. Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest, Ronnie Reagan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems...
Well, go on.
Thanks. It seems there were...
Hey, I just thought of a plan. George. A girl was leaving home for the big city, so her mother said, "Now, Doris, don't ever let a man come to your apartment, because if you do, Mother will worry." So the daughter said, "Okay, Mom, I'll go to his apartment and let his mother worry."
Doesn't Afra have any straight men?
Now, just relax, George. What are you going to say about Ronnie Reagan after your opening?
Well, I'll tell about him being the president of the Screen Actors Guild.
Oh, yeah, that lucky dog. That's how he gets the girls.
What?
He got a law passed. Whenever a screen actor gets married, his little black book automatically goes to the president. Look at December alone. Jimmy Stewart, Cary Grant, and Clark Gable. He hit the jackpot.
Oh, dear. Hello, Bill. Look who I brought back with me.
Well, Ronnie, come in. Glad to see you.
Hello, George. Hiya, Bill. Hello, Lucky.
Ronnie, tell George about the dream you had last night.
Oh, yes.
Just tell me the model. I know the rest of it.
A convertible.
Thanks.
I had a wonderful interview with Ronnie, George. I'll tell you about it as soon as I make us all some tea.
Good idea, Gracie. How would you like it, fellas?
I'll take a slice of lemon. Just sugar for me.
I'll take cream.
Nobody wants tea, huh? Well, let's see.
Just bring the other stuff, yes. Ronnie, I called Warner Brothers and got all the dope I needed for my speech. I'm sorry Gracie bothered you.
Oh, I didn't mind. But, man, how do you stand it every day?
It isn't easy. Once I decided to throw myself under a train.
Oh, George, you shouldn't have done it.
I didn't.
Oh.
I'll go collect my notes and run through my speech for you.
Okay, George. Hey, listen, Ron, I've been waiting to get you alone. What do you take for Gable's book? No sale, Bill. But, Ronnie, you've got so many. To date all those beautiful dolls, you'll have to live to be 150. With that incentive, I might make it. Well, you'd know more about that than I would. You're closer. I wouldn't talk, Bill. You're pushing 40. Well, if I'm pushing it, you're dragging it. Are you kidding? The girls are starting to call you the grand old man of Mulholland. Listen, I could take a girl away from you with my hands tied behind me. That's the only way they'll go out with you. Ooh, I wish there was a girl here right now so I could...
Well, here you are, boys. A slice of lemon and a lump of sugar.
Gracie, my romantic technique has been challenged by this character actor. Now, just for a minute, would you pretend that you're single? Yes, Gracie. We'll try our techniques on you. Now, forget that you're married to George Burns.
But, it takes time to forget a thing like that.
Well,
that's long enough.
Okay, Ronnie, you start. Ah, Gracie, you're lovely, beautiful, enchanting. I kiss your hand.
Oh.
All right. Now it's my turn.
Oh, you love it, Bill. It tickles.
No, Gracie.
my turn to show my technique, my line.
What line? Come with me, Gracie. We'll drive through the park.
Come with me, Gracie. We'll drive to the ocean and watch the moonlight on the water.
We'll go dining and dancing.
We'll have champagne and caviar.
We'll brush our teeth with Amadent ammoniated toothpaste.
What?
You can't top that, Bill. Girls love Amadent toothpaste.
Wait a minute, that's my line.
It leaves your mouth feeling fresh and clean, your teeth bright and sparkling. Amadent is a grand wake-up toothpaste.
Ronnie, don't say it so good. I got a living to make.
More dentists recommend Amadent than any other dentifrice. How about it, Gracie?
I'll go with you, Ronnie.
Oh, no, you won't. If he's furnishing Amadent toothpaste, I'm going with him.
Well, Ronnie, I've got my speech already. Sit down, everyone, and give a listen.
Okay, George.
Flyers, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest, Ronnie Regan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems that...
Oh, George, I know a story that'll be great next.
You like mine, Ronnie.
But wait till you hear this one. A spinster school teacher, sweet 36, and never been kissed, has her first date. Well, the moonlight, a smooth line, the fella kisses her. Immediately, she bursts out crying. She says, oh, how can I ever face those dear, sweet, innocent children tomorrow with 2 black marks against me? The fella says, what do you mean, 2? She says, well, you're going to kiss me again, aren't you?
Ronnie, that'll never get a laugh. Now, please, everyone, let me do my speech. Friars, friends, Toastmasters...
Ronnie, it's trouble the way everybody interrupts Judge. Go ahead, dear.
Thanks. Friars, friends, Toastmasters...
Any man who's nice enough to buy his wife a Cadillac certainly deserves to try out his speech. Go ahead, Judge.
Friars, friends,
Probably a wonderful speech. Show them, dear.
Friars,
George
friends,
is a fine speaker.
Oh, no, I can't continue. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I can only wish Ronnie Regan the success and happiness that he so richly deserves. I thank you. How long did that run, Gracie?
Exactly 10 minutes, Judge, and it's a beautiful speech.
Well, thanks for listening to it.
Oh, it was a pleasure, darling. Doesn't this new Cadillac ride beautifully?
Yeah. Just swell in the back seat, too, isn't it, Ron?
Wonderful. But how come the windshield wiper's on the inside?
I'll explain that sometime, Ronnie.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Wednesday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Harry Lubin and the Amadent Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Brought to you by the makers of Amadent, the ammoniated toothpaste and tooth powder. Recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice. The George Burns and Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood, written by Paul Henning, Sid Dorfman, Larry Klein, and Harvey Helm, and produced by William Burns. And now here are our stars.
Gracie, next week our guest star will be the Bank of America.
The Bank of America?
Well, the same thing. Al Jolson.
Oh, he's wonderful. George, you know that $1 million robbery back in Boston? Do you think any of that money was Jolson's?
No, Gracie. Those armored trucks are too small to carry Jolson's loot. The Navy moves his money in battleships.
Oh, so that's why the Missouri got stuck in the mud.
Yeah, that did it. See you next week, Jolie. Good night, folks.
Next Wednesday and every Wednesday, listen to the Amadent Show starring George and Gracie. Good night, everyone.
Stay tuned for the Lum and Abner Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.